Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Monday stream, new week of streaming with a little bit of a wacky schedule this week, but I'll tell you more about that in a second. How are you, Josh? I'm tired today. I went to bed way too late yesterday, but that's okay. You do that sometimes, you know. Bacon9, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Welcome, everybody. Assemble. We are doing a little bit of everything today. We've got some new cards, entirely new archetype from the new deck building pack, which I think is cool. I think it looks cool. At least the artworks look cool, but I haven't read the cards yet, so we'll see about that. And then we're hopping into some new decks in the Fusion Festival, because I haven't played that at all yet, and I do want to play the second stage on the weekend a little bit. So we're going to check that out, what that's all about. Grand Mark, thank you for the 45 months. Appreciate you. Bacon9, the DK777, thank you for the first time prime as well. Appreciate that. I'll be pet decking it. I cannot try harded for like the full weekend because I am not available on Saturday. So what my plan was to check it out today, see if I find some decks that I really like, and then I would like to play it on Friday and Sunday, which can result in longer streams for you guys as well. Because, like I said, I can't fully commit to it because I can't play on Saturday. But if it's a fun event, then I would still like to grind it a little bit on Friday and Sunday. If I don't find anything that I like, then I mean I don't have to force myself to it. But if there's a couple of cool decks, I already heard about a couple of decks that you can play in it that I would like. For example, Bestial Fiendsmith. I'm just saying. But we'll see. Maybe it's fun, maybe it's not. And then the more fun it is, the more time I'll spend in it. Basically, is all there is to it. Yeah. Anyways, let's warm up. And then we shall look at some new cards, and then we will play some stuff in the Fusion Festival. Sounds like a plan. I know you want to summon Shaddoll Beast and draw 2. I have a Shaddoll deck ready, yes. Or like, I have a skeleton for it. I haven't finished the list yet, but the decks, there's a couple of different decks I want to try today, and Shaddoll is one of them, yes. All right, let us begin by guessing some cards. Oh no, not a ZW right off the bat. I think that is a ZW card. Oh no. No better way to start the day. Spell Sealing. No. Trap Sealing. 50-50 lost. All right, classic. That is Infinity. That is Mr. Impermanence. Ooh, this is old. Yeah. This is like this big fiend monster, the Obedient Fiend. I think it's like tribute 2 or 3 monsters, and it has the attack points of those combined. Something like that. Zap Mustang. Dark Dirk, thank you for the prime. This is Scissor Cross. Oh, not a rank up magic. Nope. Soul Shave. Okay. That's Maju Garzette. Oh, the one that gets the attack points, you mean? Okay, I'm trying to guess the Vylon. Hepta. Alright, that was my attempt. I failed. It was Omega. This is invoked related, isn't it? It's not invocation though. Maybe it's not invoked related. Maybe I'm tripping. No, that is invoked. Omega summon. Okay. Another Omega. This is Stardust related, but that doesn't help me much because I don't know what it's called. Arrive in Light. It's not going great so far. This. Oh, I've seen this card. Necroflare, yeah. This is Fiend's Hand Mirror. Yeah. Oh. Is this Dream Mirror? But what is it called? Of Terror? This is Infernoble. This is the Horn of Oliphant. Yeah. Boom Colleen. This is Toon Barrel Dragon. That one I could have gotten without zooming. I just always zoom out of habit. Because I rarely know the card without zooming. This is an Ancient Warrior, but I don't know which one. I'll skip it. This is Overwhelm. This is something Pixie. Or Little Fairy. Little Fairy. Yeah. What do we have here? Well, it's a shark. Is that Nightmare Shark? It is Nightmare Shark. Well, fully zoomed in, that's only 2 points, but this is another shark. This is the Carrier Arrow Shark. Yeah, know that one. Virus Dragon. Yeah. It's Gaia, but I don't know if it's called Gaia because it's a spell. No, okay, it wasn't different dimension derby. Okay. That is Black Salvo. I think that's a Blackwing, but I don't know what that's called. Blackwing Feign the Steel Chain. Okay. It gives me DDD vibes. Oh no, that's a Goki, I think. Oh, never mind. Both wrong. Good thing I didn't try. Is this the ritual spell for illusion ritual? Yeah, relinquished. Deal with Dark Ruler. Oh, have I seen this card or not? I'm not sure. I don't think so. Release Reverse Burst. This is DDM. I have seen this card, but I have no idea what it's called. Brilliant Spark. Noted. Oh, who are you? Infernoid? No. Wait, that is one of the Maju Garzettes. Legendary. Or Emperor? Maybe Emperor. Emperor, okay. What is this? Glowmoss. Chronomaly. Chronomaly. I'm looking for Sphinx. Yeah, there you go. Ooh. Is that Lightning Rod Lord? Yeah. That is Tiger King. That's Ghost Trick Alucard, but not Ghost Trick Alucard. Ghost Trick Vanish. Okay. Ooh, that is a Buster Blader. Buster Blader. Huh? Flash. Destruction Sword Flash. Oh, it's a trap. That is a trap, right? Could be a spell. I don't know. This is something cavalry. Is it not cavalry? Oh wait, no, it's Salamandra. I was thinking of a different card. You're right, it is Salamandra. Oh, wait, yeah, Sasuke Samurai. 4? 3. 3. That is a Predaplant. Bufolicula. Wait, I actually know this one. I could have gotten this one. Misk. Yeah. A lot of gold. What's going on here? Don't know. Oath of Companionship. I have no idea. I'm a B. Okay. Oh, this is it's not. Is it an Amazonas? I'm not sure what it's called. This is very old. Sad Amazonas? No. I don't know what it's called. I've seen it though. Unfriendly Amazon. That's what it is. Because I knew it was not part of the Amazonas archetype. That I knew that, but I wasn't sure what the name was. Okay, we're fumbling the last minute or so. We haven't gotten any points. What the hell is this? Metaphys Executor. I would like to get a card that I'm familiar with. That would be very nice. Can I please get a card I've seen before and know the name of? Apparently not. Oh wait, no, that's pinpoint something. Pinpoint guard. Nope. Pinpoint dash? It's not landing. Okay, dash. Let's go. 1 point. Hog champion. This gives me Materiactor vibes. Nope, never mind. That's a Galaxy Eyes card. I'm not going to try the Galaxy Eyes card. Cypher X. DS Carpenter, thank you for the 22. Welcome back. Appreciate you. This is Mikanko Promise. I only know this one because I think it was in the Rarity collection with the stamps. Leo, thank you for the raid. What were you doing? Were you doing Yugi stream or did you play Riftbound? Grinding Darklords? In the Fusion Festival, I was thinking about playing Darklords today. But I don't have a list for it. This is one of the Shadol fusions. Nef Shadol fusion. Memento is full power. Yes. I thought about playing it, but I kind of want to play something new first. Before I settle for like one of my older comfort picks. Same thing with same thing with the Bestial Fiendsmith. I kind of want to play something new first before I do that. We can build Darklord together. Yeah, I have my first idea. What is this? This is something Lucky Axe. Iron Axe. I've seen that people play Darklords with Melodious. I thought that could be something. Because when I looked at it yesterday, I felt like they had barely any starters, the Darklords, unfortunately. This is a Gem Knight, but I don't know which one. Dude, we barely made it to 700. I thought we were going to get better. I thought we were going to be better than that, but I feel like I messed up the last few minutes. This is some pawn. I don't know, man. 705. Darklords with Herald and Sulfur Chords. Yeah, or Sulfur Chords. I guess just something that gets you multiple fairies onto the board, right, is all you need, because the Darklord Link 2 just requires any 2 fairies. So you can bridge into it. And I feel like you have to do that because Darklord doesn't have enough starters by itself, right? Is what I was thinking. Punished for having too much faith in Josh. Come on, we had a real chance, but then there was like this was not a great oath of companionship into Amabi, into Unfriendly Amazon, into Metaphys Executor, into Endymion. Come on, man, cut me some slack. Okay, we are looking for high-level monster, more than 1500 attack, low defense though, after 2015. Pancratops. Okay, it's level 5 or 6. It's level 5 or 6, and it's got some defense points, and it's just an effect monster, nothing else. Not a Synchro, not a Link, nothing. Izuna? Well, it's not an Earth. Izuna is an Earth, so it cannot be that. Crocea? I don't think this game has Crocea yet. No, the game is not completely up to date with the card pool. The card pool is from like 2 years ago or something. They haven't updated it in a long time. I don't even think it has canines either. No. So it's got to be something from like 2024 maximum. I think some 2025 cards are in here. Engraver has too much defense. Engraver is in here, yeah, but Engraver has too much defense. The card pool is up to Supreme Darkness. Okay, well then. The Memento Fish. You know, it could have been. The stats matched. Not a bad call. It is a level 5 monster with 1400 defense. Oh god, I'm not gonna know this one, am I? Level 5 before 2024. 1400 defense. It's light, wind, or fire. Salamangreat. Anything? 1400? No. They didn't they get a level 5? What's the level 5 called that they got? The tuner, or is that level 6? What was the new salad guy called? The level 6, the tiger, yeah. Oh, it is level 5. Oh, it's 5. It's not, the defense doesn't match. Okay, it's not that. Joker's Knight. It's not a warrior. It's not a warrior, but I'll click it anyways to narrow down the attribute and the year. Oh, holy shit. Well, here we are now. Anyone happen to know any light level 5 effect monsters from 2021 with 2000 attack and 1400 defense? Gravitino. Okay, I was gonna be here forever. I was gonna be here forever because I have no idea. I mean, I think I've seen this card before, but I had no idea what its stats were or anything like that, so. Yep, okay. Well then, and with that, welcome everybody to today's stream. The warm-up is now done. We are gonna jump right into the stuff. I want to get going with the Fusion Festival, but before we do that, there's one thing we've got to look at, and that is an entirely new archetype that has been announced previously. Previously, the only thing that was known about this archetype, I think, was this artwork right here. And maybe the name. I don't know if they've dropped the name before. Xenovader. And then whatever this symbol is supposed to mean, but they have this symbol in the name. I don't know what that means, but there's a new archetype, and this is from the deck building pack. Deck building pack, I forgot what his name was. I think Glorious Victors? Yeah, it's a Delta, but like I don't know if they're supposed to be, if we just call them Xenovaders or Xenovader Delta. But anyways, it's fine. New archetype, and the only other archetype we've known from this deck build. They've already announced one of the archetypes from this deck build pack. I'm just trying to remember what it was. What was the other archetype they've shown? There was one. This is not the first one. Senate. Oh yeah, the ritual one. The ritual one that's related to normal monsters is the other one from this deck build pack. Yeah, okay. All right, anyways, let's jump into Xenoverse. I have no idea how these are supposed to work, but we will figure it out together. We are starting with Xenovader of Emptiness, Gehenna, level 1 Dark Psychic. Okay, so emergency teleport synergies here. Potentially 100 attack, 1000 defense. You can only use this card's names first and third effect once per turn each. If you control no monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special summoned, banish face down the top card of your deck. During your main phase, you can add up to 2 of your face down banished Xenovader. Oh, hold up. Xenovader monsters with different names to your hand, except Xenovader of Emptiness Gehenna. Also, you cannot activate cards or effects for the rest of this turn, except Xenovader cards or effects. Okay, I have a suspicion of what direction this is going into, and I am very intrigued by this so far. But it looks like we are trying to banish our own deck face down, and then we are interacting with our face down banished Xenovader cards. Okay, but it's too early to say anything about this because it's just the first card. We definitely need more input. All right. Xenovader of Sky Sheol. Level 2 light psychic as well. Maybe it's all psychics. 1200 attack, 200 defense. You can only use the first and third effect once per turn each. If you control a Xenovader, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is normal or special, banish face down the top 2 cards of your deck. Okay, the level 1 banishes 1 card off the top of your deck. The level 2 banishes 2 of the top of your deck. I see a pattern. I'm starting to see a pattern. During your main phase, you can add up to 2 of your face-down banished Xenovader spell traps with different names to your hand. Also, you cannot activate cards or effects for the rest of the turn except Xenovader cards or effects. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, these two work very similarly. Of course, just by the nature of how these cards work, if we're looking at them from a traditional Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck standpoint, this one is a better card because the chance that it plays on its own are higher, right? Because this banishes 1 card off the top of your deck. If that 1 card is not a Xenovader, then this card technically on its own does nothing. This one banishes 2 cards off the top of your deck, and if you hit a spell trap, then you can add 1 of them back. If you get super lucky and you hit 2, then you can add both to your hand. But I also don't know how many. It depends on the ratios of spells and traps in your deck, right? If you have a lot of monsters but not a lot of spells, then maybe statistically this one might even be better, but yeah. Okay. Xenovader of Blue Tuonella, level 3 Water Psychic. You can only use this card's first and third effect once per turn each. If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, you can special summon this card from your hand. We love these types of effects. At least I do in Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! We need more of these. We need more of these. We need more cards that get better going second. That's cool. If this card is no... Yep, banish the top 3 cards of your deck face down, because this one is the level 3. During your main phase, you can special one of your face down banished level 5 or higher Xenovader monsters. Also, you cannot activate cards or effects for the rest of this turn, except Xenovader cards or effects. All right. Limited to level 5 or higher, so that means we're going to have bigger monsters later down the line. I wonder if they have 1 monster for every level. Because so far we've got level 1 banishes 1, level 2 banishes 2, level 3 banishes 3. Makes me wonder if we're gonna get 1 for every level. But dude, imagine we get to the really high levels where like you just have like a level 10 and then it banishes 10 cards face down. Dude, Pot of Desires is also really good in this deck, like really good. Okay. So this one summons from face down banished. Level 4, Xenovader of Scarlet Naraka is a level 4 Fire Psychic. You can only use this card's first and third effect once per turn each. If your opponent special summons a monster, you can special this card from your hand. This is a turn 0 play. If this card is normal or special, banish the top 4 cards of your deck face down. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you can special summon one of your face down banished level 5 or higher Xenovaders. Also, you cannot activate cards or effects for the rest of this turn except Xenovaders. Okay, first of all, I like that they have a lock to every single card. I think that is very cool. They are for the rest of this turn, all of them so far, so you could still do other stuff beforehand, potentially. But you are going to be very heavily locked if you use any of these cards. I mean, this is a very good turn 0 play, and depending on the number of level 5 or higher in your deck, 4 cards, you're going to have a very good chance of hitting some, but the question is also, are they going to have any disruption effects? Because so far, we haven't seen any of them. If the level 5 or higher all have interruptions, then this is potentially really good. I will say this kind of, the card that reminds me the most, this card reminds me the most of is Havness, because this is just random, right? Like sometimes it's going to hit the right thing and sometimes it won't. So there is some Gamba attached to it, but I feel like there's some Gamba attached to the archetype as a whole, right? I feel like the trick here is going to be probably hitting critical mass with your banishes so that you're guaranteed to hit some good stuff, right? But yeah, okay, I mean, as a hand trap, if you're going second, this is going to be your first banish of the game, likely, and then you're going to have to play a lot of level 5s or higher to make sure you hit something with it, but okay. Sky Thunder Xenovader Yomi, level 5 Light Psychic. You can only use the first effect once per turn. Only use the first effect once per turn. Okay, you can reveal this card in your hand. Banish it face down, and if you do, add one of your face down Xenovader cards to your hand, except the level 5. Oh, that's interesting. Obviously not a starter in itself, but essentially, because the other, like all the little guys summon the big guys, or some of the little guys summon the big guys from the banished zone, if you happen, the question is what happens if you draw them? And this is a very elegant solution, because it's like, well, if you draw this guy, you can just switch it for another banished card, which is good because it tutors a card to your hand, but then it also puts this out there as a target, which is neat. If this card is normal or special, banish face down the top 5 cards of your deck. And this is not once per turn. On any of these, by the way, I just now noticed the one on summon is not once per turn, but for this one, I think it matters in particular because you can summon it multiple times potentially from your banished zone, right? Like you can summon it with this, and you can summon it with this potentially. I guess it doesn't. No, actually, no. This one, because this is during your main phase, and this is during the opponent's main phase. So there's no way to do it multiple times in the same turn. But still, maybe you can summon it multiple times with other ways. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you can shuffle one of your face-down banished Xenovaders with the same attribute into the deck, and if you do, negate the activation. Okay, we have, so far, we've had all different attributes. This is the first repeating attribute. Excuse me. This is the first repeating attribute. We've got fire, water, light, dark. Fire, water, light, dark so far. We were missing wind and earth. There's an earth down here. Okay. But that is an interruption. That is an interruption that if you hit it off of this one, you will get a monster negate. Okay. Boreal Summit, Xenovader Helheim, level 6 Earth Psychic. You can only use the first effect once per turn. During the main phase, quick effect, you can reveal this card in your hand, banish it face down, and if you do, special one of your face down banished Xenovaders except the level 6. See, there you go. This is another way how you could potentially summon this guy multiple times in the same turn, because you can bring it back with this as well. This is also a quick effect. This is also a quick effect, so you can use this turn 0, but only if you have previous other setups, right? Like, for example, you need to open this one, banish 4 face down, hit another Xenovader, then this becomes a turn 0 play as well. If this card is normal or special, banish the top 6 face down. Other Xenovaders you control can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Also, your opponent can't target them with card effects. This is particularly interesting if we're looking at it through the lens of turn 0, because turn 0 there is no battle phase yet. So we are protecting everything from being targeted or destroyed by non-targeting removal as well. So there's not that many ways to get rid of your turn 0 setup if this card is involved, right? Like if you summon this guy out, then your stuff is very well protected. All right. Mad Tempest Xenovader Plutonion is your wind monster, so we do have every single attribute available in the archetype for Yomi. Okay, except for Divine. Level 7 Wind, you can only use the first effect once per turn. Quick effect, reveal this card and one other Xenovader card in your... Oh, banish both face down if you do draw 2 cards. Oh, this deck is so interesting. I want to read all the cards first, but I have so many thoughts running through my head already. But this is interesting. And like, the thing is like, it's funny, I start saying this exactly when I read the draw card, but I just love when they make archetypes that are so different and unique. It might not even be good, is the thing, right? It might not even be good, but I just think it's so interesting when they do this. If this card is normal or special, banish the top 7 cards of your deck face down. Once per turn, quick effect, shuffle one of your face down banished Xenovaders into the deck, then you can shuffle a monster your opponent controls with the same attribute into the deck. Okay, we've got removal here. Now, we are getting to a very, very critical mass of turn 0 plays here. Like, this is a deck that has a lot of ways to play when it goes second, right? And the way I'm interpreting this so far, which is another thing I'm a huge fan of, this feels like a deck where you want to play as much engine as possible, right? Like every single card so far that I've read, I feel like you want to include in the deck. I feel like everything here is worth playing. And even at 3, and I think it's like the reason to play this deck would like, or what makes this deck good, if it is good, you do need to get, quote unquote, you need to be forcing yourself to get lucky, right? You have to play so many of these cards that banish one random face down with this is an effect that on average will get you a card, right? Because otherwise this card is not a reliable starter. Like it's kind of like Tearlaments in that sense, where on paper Tearlaments was a deck around milling and getting lucky, but in its prime, full power Tearlament was not a deck that needed to get lucky. You would banish so many cards, so you would mill so many cards so consistently that it wasn't luck. The deck was consistent in that, right? And this one feels like it wants to do the same thing, right? Like you want to reach critical mass with these card effects, and then it's not going to be luck. It's just going to work out, right? Okay, even more card. Level 8, man. If this card is normal or special summon, banish face down the top 8 cards of your deck. Gains these effects based on the total number of face down banished cards. Cannot be destroyed by battle if 10 or more are banished face down. 20 or more. Quick effect, you can target a card on the field, destroy it. 30 or more, once per turn, during your opponent's end phase, you can add one of your face down banished cards to your hand. 40 plus, skip both players' draw phases. Oh. So I was wondering where we were going with this. And I think it's very interesting and very cool that they have like a card that basically rewards you for decking yourself out, right? Like you want to, because a lot of these, I mean, in the beginning, we were banishing 1, 2, 3 cards face down from our deck. But what, like, I'm wondering, like, what happens if we deck ourselves out? Because, of course, we also want to include Pot of Desires is a card that is definitely perfect for this deck. Something like Gizmek Orochi is also a perfect card for this deck, right? And so the question is, like, what happens if we just run out of cards, right? And I feel like running out of cards, I think it would be cool if it was even the goal of the deck. I don't know if this card will encourage you enough to deck yourself out. Realistically, I think the main reason why this card is good is this effect. Because this is not a super flashy one, but the way I feel about this card is you just want more interruption, right? Because that's what I'm wondering so far. Is like, okay, we start banishing our deck. Where do we go from there? We get a monster negate here. We get some protection from this, and we get one shuffle into the deck from this one, which is not the craziest amount of interruptions. It's like, it's okay. But what I really like about, like, I feel like this card is interesting because it kind of like puts the game into a different mode, right? Once you deck yourself out, quote unquote, once you deck yourself out, you will both players will stop drawing for turn. Both players will stop drawing for turn, but you still get a card because your deck is now your face down banished pile, right? If this card is on the field and you have 40 or more banished face down cards, your banished pile is now your deck because essentially during your opponent's end phase, you draw, quote unquote, from your banished pile, and you get to choose the card even. Like, it's better than drawing a random card for turn. It's you choose the card that you draw, which is very, very good, right? But your opponent doesn't get to draw anymore. So essentially, once you've decked yourself out, you are in a position where you can theoretically control the game for forever. Like, if your opponent is out of options, they are not going to draw into new stuff. And if you can handle you don't have to win the game immediately, but you're basically, you've yada locked your opponent and you draw whichever card you want every turn, right? That is really, really cool. The only issue I have with this is like, in a world where if you actually deck yourself out, right? If you actually deck yourself out, you will die as soon as this card is outed, right? If they out this card, you have lost the game, which is risky. The other thing is you do need 40 or more banished cards, excluding itself, right? Because this card is on the field, which means that you have to play over 40 cards, or you have to banish cards from your extra deck, which you can, right? There are cards like Pot of Prosperity, which I'm not sure if you want to play Prosperity in this deck, because you definitely want to play Desires as well. But yeah. Or opponents. You could banish your opponent's cards, but so far there was no way to do that, right? So far there was nothing that banishes your, and we're getting into the spell trap, so maybe there is something, but like you would have to banish your opponent's cards face down, you know, which there are ways for it, but I don't know how like reliable those are going to be. Like you guys are saying Kashtira, for example, which, like, yeah, sure, but how many cards do you actually banish face down with Kashtiras over the course of a game, right? Like, it's like that's maybe 2 or 3 cards, maybe 3 if you have a Rysard in there, but like it's not gonna really contribute to this, right? Like that's you need to reach 40. You need to reach 40, and these cards do a lot of the work for you. Like these cards banish 7, 8, like so many cards face down. The Kashtiras are not, you're not going to need these, you know. So, okay. Xenovader Territory Valvol's field spell card. Activate this card by banishing face down 5 cards from your grave and or the top of your deck. You can only use the first effect once per turn. During your main phase, you can add one of your face down banished Xenovader cards to your hand. So this card, this is a phenomenal field spell already for this archetype, because if we play full engine, we are absolutely going to hit one of those cards, and so we once per turn just get to add a card back. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects during your turn while you control a level 5 or higher Xenovader and you have no cards in your deck. Oh god. Okay. Cannot activate cards or effects during your turn is a very harsh sentence. That is a very harsh sentence. It's only during your turn. And also, I mean, this is pretty much the harshest condition that you could imagine on a card. You do have to deck yourself out. It's not really the same as the Gimmick Puppet field spell or the Tenpai field spell, where you just activate it at the start of the game and now it's like, oh, well, your opponent cannot interact with you anymore. This is like a payoff at the very end of your strategy. If everything has already worked out, like if you've been going through your entire deck, like if you've gone through your entire deck, you now are out of cards, and then this card will essentially guarantee that you can do on your turn whatever you want, and you can try to find a way to like out the board or go for game or something like that, right? Realistically, this is the win more part of the card. This is the part that like maybe it's a win condition for the deck, but it's not super duper important, I think. This is just good, right? Like this card was already good when with this effect, right? Like because it just gets you started, right? You get 5 banishes and you can add cards back from the banished pile. So this is a very good card as a starter. It's a great card in the grind game. It sets you up so well because now all of a sudden, like it makes those little guys so much better, right? Like because this guy only banishes 1 card face down, but it can add 2. It can add 2 monsters from your banished pile to your hand, just like that. Just like that. Just summon it, add 2. But you're gonna have to get 2 in the banished pile to use this. And the same thing for this. This adds 2 spell traps. But how do you get them there? And like this is a very, very good answer for when you're going first. It's also worth mentioning that you can activate multiple of this per turn. You can only use this effect once per turn, but if you, let's say you activate one and you banish another, and you add that other one to your hand with this guy, you can activate it again. You can activate it again to banish 5 more. Just overwrite your other field spell to banish 5 more. So we really are turboing through our deck, getting everything banished face down. And then we have a trap card, Xenovader Judgment. First of all, I'm happy it's not a counter trap. Continuous trap. If your opponent normal or special summons a monster, you can target one of them, choose one of your face down banished Xenovaders with the same attribute, either add it to your hand or special summon it. Also, for the rest of this turn, you cannot choose the same attribute again with this card's name, with this effect. And you cannot activate cards or effects except Xenovader cards and effects. Once per turn during the damage calculation, if your Xenovader monster battles an opponent's monster and you have no cards in your deck, you can make that opponent's monster's attack become 0. Okay, once again, we have a combination of 2 effects. The first effect is the reason to play the card, and the second effect is the payoff if you deck yourself out. So not super important, but can be the win condition. Because like if you have both of these on the board and you actually manage to deck yourself out, your opponent can't activate cards on your turn anymore, and you can run over everything because everything becomes 0. But still, this is I love trap cards like that because this card in itself is not an interruption. This is like a resource tool that lets you grind super well, especially against decks that have different attributes. Because we have cards with every attribute, right? We have every attribute in the deck except for Divine. So if our opponent summons a monster, we can just add the corresponding Xenovader from the banished pile to the hand if we have it, of course. But we're gonna be banishing so many cards that, you know, we probably will have all of them at some point. And then if they ever go into another monster that has a different attribute, we also get to add another card to the hand. Is this good enough to play? I'm not sure, because it itself is not interruption. And I will say the fact that we only get 2 spell traps so far, you know, there's always room for more cards, does make the level 2 guy a lot worse, right? Because this card adds 2 face down banished Xenovader spells with different names to your hand, spells or traps. So far, there are only 2. There are only 2, and the trap card, I'm not even sure if you would want to play multiple of it. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, I don't know. But it's just, it's questionable, and there's not a lot of choices, and like it's going to be unlikely. Even if you play both of these at 3, you're only at 6 spell traps, so you're not always going to get full value out of this guy until they make more. There probably will be more later down the line, maybe in this pack already. I'm not sure if this is all the cards. I think usually they save one for a later reveal, so maybe they would. So yeah, and that's all the cards. They are reprinting some cards that have synergies with it. I mean, we already talked about some of these. Gizmek Orochi easily banishes 8 cards from your deck. Eater of Millions banishes, I think, from your extra deck as well. Maybe throws that in there. I forget if it was extra deck or just main deck. Pot of Desires is probably, like, I mean, Gizmek Orochi and Pot of Desires banish so many cards that they're probably auto includes, but even Pot of Desires, like banish 10 is so good, and draw 2. Small World is yeah, there's a couple of interesting synergies with this. I absolutely love this. I think they should do this so much more often, because what I'm seeing here is a super unique deck that, I mean, it just works in a very, very interesting way. And the most fun part to me, about this is that there's like, the interactions here are fun. Like, you're not banishing your opponent's stuff face down, which can be like a frustrating experience. You're just banishing your own. You're just turboing through your own banished pile, and then you get advantage from it. There's nothing toxic about that. We have ways to interact with the banished pile, you know, add cards back to our hands, summon cards directly from there. We've got some turn 0 plays that can slightly interrupt the opponent, but nothing crazy. Like we have a monster negate with the if we hit the right attribute. We have a protection from targeting. We have a shuffle a monster into the deck, you know, and we can't set all of that up consistently. So like we're just turboing through our own deck. We banish face down. We don't set up anything super crazy, but we have some interruptions. And then we have a big payoff guy at the end, which completely changes the way the game works. This is super cool. I love this. I don't even know if it's good. But I think it's very, very fun to even think about. But these are awesome. I cannot wait to actually try these. I feel like they need more spell traps for sure. They do need more spell traps for sure to make the level 2 good. Because like, I read this card first, the level 1, and initially my thought was like, okay, this is kind of meh, because you're only banishing 1 card face down, so what are the odds you're actually going to hit 1, and you cannot even make use of adding 2 face down. But now that I've read the entire archetype, I think this is one of the best cards, because like straight up just summoning a monster that adds 2 cards to your hand is very, very good in the context of this deck. Right? So I think this might low-key be one of the best ones in the archetype, because it's just summon and then you add any 2 to your hand from your banish pile and then you go from there. That's really good. It does have other synergies. They are all psychics, so we can play emergency teleport as well to tutor out this, or this, depending on the situation. Right? We can get all 3 of these. Yeah. And honestly, I feel like one of my favorite things about this is that it's the way this deck is going to be played, I think, is actually just going to be very, very engine heavy, right? For multiple reasons. You want to draw as many of these as possible, but also you want to banish as many of these as possible. Like if you activate this on turn 0, you need to make sure that you hit one of the other ones. So you're probably going to play all of the big ones, at least the next 3, the Yomi, the Helheim, and the Plutonion, at 3 copies each, for sure. And this one, I mean, this one probably too, because freaking Banish 8 when you hit it is really good. There's one thing that I would love for this deck to have, and it would be a very, very unusual thing in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of mechanics, but it's the one thing that it's missing. I would love if it had a card that triggered when it's banished face down. Which is, you know, kind of unheard of, right? I don't even know. I don't think there is a card like that. But they could do that. Serpentine Princess is sort of that. Serpentine Princess is when it's spun back to the deck, right? It triggers, I think. Right, yeah, kind of like cards kind of like that like they do kind of break the rules of the game, because I mean this card is also giga old, but if this face-up card is returned from the field to your deck, special level 3 or lower monster from your deck. So this card, like, technically cards are not supposed to trigger in the deck, right? They're not supposed to, but if the card says it does, then usually it's a matter of, well, now that works, right? And I think that would be interesting. I think it would be interesting if this deck had a card like this that just gives you nothing crazy, right? It's not supposed to like completely change the outcome of the game if you get lucky and banish it, but something like if it's banished, you can summon one of your banished Xenovaders or something, right? That would be interesting. I think that would be very, very cool. Or I mean, I'm down for a draw 1. Yeah, I'm down for a draw 1, but that, yeah. I love this. The lock on it, as some of you are pointing out, the locks on it are very, very harsh, right? Like if you, for example, if you start with some of your cards you cannot even activate like a Pot of Desires later on in the turn. If you start with one of these, you cannot use Desires or anything like that, right? I think that's fine. I think this is good because here's the thing, right? If you make a deck that is very, very unique like this, I think what you need to do is you need to make the cards, they need to be able to make good cards for the archetype, like really good cards for the archetype. Because if this archetype doesn't have really good cards, then there's no reason to play it over like your ordinary combo deck, right? And putting a harsh restriction on an archetype like this guarantees that people are going to be forced to play it the way that the designers imagine the deck to be played. And I think that's a good thing in this case. Because like it wouldn't be fun if these cards just ended up being like good generic cards that you bridge into in some way or just use to create some bodies and then do other stuff with it. So I'm a very, very big fan of the fact that they put this lock on almost all of the starters for the deck. All the little guys have that lock. I think it's very, very good. It does have some downsides, sure. Like, for example, if you, let's say you start with a way to banish some cards, and then you banish the guy that draws 2 from your deck, and you add it back to your hand with the little guy, and then you draw a Pot of Desires with it, you can't use that Pot of Desires this turn. That is true. But I think that's fine. I think that's okay. I think that I'd rather have the lock be slightly too restrictive than too open. I think that's acceptable. I think that is acceptable. Check Big Inflate Dragon. Big Inflate Dragon. Okay. If this card is normal summoned, you can banish face down the top 50 cards of your deck. This card's attack becomes 10,000 until the end of this turn. That's very funny, but that is a meme. That is an absolute meme. That is a 2 tribute guy that you can't even use because it's not a Xenovader, so you're locked out of it most of the time. And I don't think, here's my hot take maybe, because some of you guys were saying like, oh, this deck wants to be a 60 card pile. I don't think it wants to be. I think this card is predestined to be a 40 card deck. I think this deck absolutely wants to be a 40 card deck because you want to draw the most important starters in your deck for sure. You want cards like Pot of Desires. You want cards like the little ones that get you going. Like you absolutely want to draw those cards, and you need to hit your guys. Like if you play a 60 card pile, you're not going to banish the good stuff. You're not going to banish the important ones. Maybe you go slightly over 40. Maybe you go slightly over 40 to make it more realistic to have 40 plus cards banished, depending on how easy it is to banish cards from the extra deck. Maybe you play 45 or something, but I don't think you want to play 60. I think you want to go as close to 40 as possible, essentially. I think you want to go to as close to 40 as possible. It also, of course, depends on the quality of the other cards in the deck. Like, yeah, okay, if they make more Xenovaders and you can play a 60 card deck that is full of Xenovaders, maybe that's fine too. But so far, we don't have enough of those. So far, we have 8 different Xenovaders. So if you play all of them at 3, you would be at 24. You definitely play 3 field spells, so you'd be at 27. Let's say one of the trap at minimum, so that's 28. Pot of Desires, you're at 31. You don't want to add like 30 more other cards to it, because then in a 60 card deck, less than half of your cards are Xenovaders. So if you summon the little guys and banish 4 random cards out of your 60 card deck, where only half of it is Xenovaders, you would not consistently hit. That is not something you want to do, I don't think. Let's check. Let's go together. Let's go together. Yu-Gi-Oh! If you have no Let's Go Together in your face-up field or graveyard or banishment, banish 7 cards from the top of your deck face down. Make your opponent banish 7 cards from their extra deck and or top of their deck face down, and they must declare how many are banished from each beforehand. I don't think this is good. I mean, okay, it's not bad. It depends. It depends. I don't think it's as crazy. I don't think it's as crazy as you're making it sound. It is somewhat interesting, but it basically, the thing is, this deck has a lot of ways to get cards banished face down that have upsides attached, right? You have every one of your monsters already does it. Pot of Desires does it with a great upside. Gizmek Orochi does it with the upside of a body and removal. And there's other ways too that just do something for you. This is just a card that you activate, and now you have less cards than before, right? I mean, of course, once again, we're getting into the territory where maybe you can get lucky and banish one of your opponent's like key cards from the top of the deck if they want to go with the top of the deck approach. But realistically, most of the time, your opponent is just going to declare some number from the extra deck because it's kind of like Pot of Prosperity. Like most decks, if they know that they're going second or going first or whatever the game state is, they can make a very informed the decision of what cards they don't need in their extra deck. So they can just say like, yeah, I'm going to banish these 5 from my extra deck and not care about it for the rest of the game. And I don't know if that is, I don't know if that's worth playing a card that just goes -1. If at the end of the day, if it turns into like a turbo deck to reach 40 banished cards to summon this guy and win the game with that, maybe it's a card that you could consider because it does give you 14 cards towards your goal, right? And it can enable some of your starters. Maybe it's good enough. Maybe it's good enough, but I don't think it's completely insane. I don't think it's completely insane. Shifter deck, by the way. What is your argument? I think Shifter is a toxic card, yes, but you don't. I don't think it's very smart to hate on a deck just because it doesn't need the graveyard, because it can play Shifter. Shifter is awful in this. No, it can play Shifter. Why would it not be able to play Shifter? Shifter doesn't have synergy with it, but you can play Shifter. Like, I know that cards get banished face up on their Shifter. I understand that. You don't have to tell me that. But it's like, you still don't need your graveyard. Whether a card goes to your grave or face up banished is irrelevant, guys. Any card that goes to your grave is in your graveyard face up. You also can't interact with that, by the way. It doesn't have anything to do, like Shifter doesn't create synergy for you, but it also isn't anti-synergy. The field spell can get them out of your grave and banish them face down, yeah. But I don't think that's super important. Josh's gonna have fun using Runics to banish their cards face up. Yeah, I don't know if Runic has a good matchup against this, because if you banish enough of their cards face up that they can never reach this, then maybe it's good. Maybe it's good because you banish, like, let's say you banish a bunch of their cards face up, they can never banish them face down. No, okay, I'm so happy about this. I think this is very cool. I love this. I think more Yu-Gi-Oh decks should be like this. I think they should take more risks in designing decks in a different way. And what I mean by taking risks is, like, there is a very realistic world in which this deck is either just unplayable or way too good. That could happen. I'm just saying, maybe a year down the line, when these cards come out and get some support, we sit here and we all ask ourselves, like, wow, this deck is crazy and way too strong. They need to get rid of it. That could happen, because these cards, this is a good start. This is a good start. But you complained about Malice? Bro, Malice, because Malice is not a different. What? You guys be saying anything at this point. Malice is just a combo deck in disguise. Or not even in disguise. Malice is just a regular ass combo deck. Shut up, man. How are we comparing this to Malice? Just because the cards both say banish, they're the same? Yeah, I've got to be getting rage baited. Anyways, what I was gonna say is there's a world in which this deck ends up being just bad. There's a world in which this deck ends up being very, very good, and they actually have to end up getting rid of it on the ban list or something. But I think that's okay. I would much rather have them do some stuff like that, where you get an archetype that is completely outside of the box, completely new, completely unique, and ends up bad or too strong, rather than just have, here is insert generic combo deck number 67, right? I'm all here for it, right? Stuff like Eniacraft, stuff like Mimighoul, like a lot of those decks, like some of them were better than others, and they all, you know, none of those decks were completely terrible, actually. Like even Mimighoul or Eniacraft were decks that people had moderate success with, so they end up being playable. Or any Yu-Gi-Oh deck that just works differently. I'm just a big fan these days. Every Yu-Gi-Oh deck that isn't a combo deck in the classical sense, I tend being a fan of these. You know, stuff like Paleos. I'm a big fan of. I don't know. Toons are like that. Look what happened. Toons. You are right. Technically, toons work differently. It's just that in Toon's case, the gimmick is look at your opponent's hand and negate their cards, which is like, you know, I think we could, first of all, yeah, there's no lock in Toons, so they're not forced to play this way. They can do crazy combos and FTKs, but also just like the gimmick of Toons is just something that I don't find fun. I think the gimmick of Toons is just not that interesting. If I had to choose between a gimmick of you literally try to deck yourself out by banishing your entire deck face down, and then you interact with those face down cards and you get benefits when you have no cards in the deck, I think that's far more interesting than, oh, the gimmick of this deck is that it looks at your opponent's hand and it has a couple of Omni Negates. You know, like, come on, those are not the same. So I'm a huge fan of this one. I'm very excited for where this goes from here. Because so far, I mean, it's just a concept. It's just an idea that's out there. I don't know exactly how good it is with this first wave. I think there's some good quality here. Definitely. I like that it seems very interactive is the thing that attracts me to it a lot. Because you're not winning. Like the payoff for banishing your stuff face down is not like floodgates. I mean, okay, you could argue the field spell stopping your opponent from playing on your turn is a floodgate, but that's at the very end and probably isn't even relevant for how good this deck is. But like the main interactions here are like shuffling cards into the deck, popping a card, just creating a whole bunch of card advantage as well, because a bunch of them just add stuff back to your hand from banished, like sometimes even multiple cards. You do have one monster negate, but only with the right attribute. And you have a trap card that can potentially add a lot of them back to your hand if your opponent plays into it. So I love it. I think it's very cool. What do we do with all the card advantage though? That remains to be seen, but I don't mind that so much, right? I think that's something they can figure out later. They can give this deck another payoff if that's what's missing. Yeah. Does this deck ever just blind second and try to win with the trap and field spell? I mean, the trap going second, you can't set this. You can't immediately have it on the field. That wouldn't work. And also, I don't think you can. I mean, some of these cards banish a lot of cards. So maybe I'm not right. Maybe I'm incorrect about this, but I don't know how realistic it is to banish your entire deck turn 1. I don't know if that's something that you can do. Two final things I think that we're missing during the discussion. Gizmek Orochi is a quick effect. Yeah, I know. Gizmek is a quick effect. So you definitely play it for that, because Gizmek Orochi makes this thing a much better card. And also, like, this becomes a much better interruption if it's next to Gizmek Orochi, because then you have a target for it without having to draw one of the other ones. Yeah, for sure. I think the fact that you know what's face down and what you have and your opponent doesn't adds another layer to this deck. Yeah, I mean, there's a world where, you know, your opponent has this guy on the board, right? And you don't know if they can negate your next dark monster. You simply have no idea, right? You don't know if they can negate a dark or not. So you have to play around the possibility of them being able to negate it or not, which requires you to play in a certain way against it, as well as with the removal, right? The removal from this guy. You don't know if they have another like Earth to shuffle back your whatever, and yeah. Won't this deck struggle going second? Personally, I think, first of all, it has a lot of turn 0 plays, potentially, which I think is very good for it. But there's also one thing that I found in recent years in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot of the times, and this is something that I find very interesting about Yu-Gi-Oh! In recent years. Maybe it's something worth exploring for a video in itself. But a lot of the times, the decks that are not following the typical Yu-Gi-Oh! Play pattern of just make a combo board have an easier time going second, because they're not trying to achieve the typical thing of like building a board. A lot of the times, the typical interactions that a lot of the decks make don't apply as much to the decks that think outside of the box. And what I'm thinking of here is something like Eniacraft, for example. Like Eniacraft was a deck that played into boards surprisingly well, even though you would think like, oh damn, the flip archetype that tries to set 5 monsters, like that just how that would be way too slow when it plays into boards. But the reality of things is like something like Eniacraft doesn't really care about your opponent's board. You just set your stuff and do your thing. And this deck could be a similar thing where, yeah, your opponent has a board, but you just start banishing your shit and get your payoffs. I mean, of course, the deck is weak to removal in some way, shape, or form, because these two, mainly this one and this one, are not quick effects to add your banished cards back. So in order to benefit off of your cards being banished with these two, you do need to stick them onto the board. I think that is one of my main concerns with these two cards, is that they are ignition effects. So if you summon them, yeah, you can banish some cards off of your deck, but if they don't survive, then you don't get to add those cards to your hand. So you haven't done anything, right? And same thing here, also ignition to summon one of them, right? I actually wish that they were quick effects. I don't think they should work on both turns, so they could still be during your main phase quick effect. I think that would be cooler. This deck is immune to most hand traps. Yeah, I think there's nothing here. I mean, you can get rolled if you draw 2 with this, but nothing else searches. So that's whatever. You add back from banished, so you can't get ashed. You can't get belled on those. Lancia is gonna hurt. Yeah, Lancia would hurt for sure. But you can do a lot on your opponent's turn, so it's fine. Probably. You don't play into Molcharmi Fualos. Yeah. Would this combo well with Nimleria cards? maybe, but I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of the synergies that you guys have mentioned were just other archetypes that happen to also banish face down. I genuinely don't think this deck needs much help banishing their cards. The deck already does it. Like, these cards all banish crazy amounts of stuff face down. And we can play Pot of Desires, we can play Gizmek Orochi as like good generic cards. We don't need a Nemleria engine. We don't need a Kashtira engine to fuel our cards or to fuel the number of banished cards. Like, we're gonna have enough cards face down. Like, don't worry about that. Ogre and Harmonia. Yeah, Ogre and Harmonia seem pretty good against it. Yeah, that's true. Gordian Slicer is good in this deck. Yeah, you would... I don't know if you main deck it. It depends on the format. Maybe you just side deck it. Well... Offerings to the Doomed. Guys, we need to get better at understanding what an actual synergy is, okay? Skipping your next draw phase is not enough of a synergy to play this card. We don't care about skipping our battle phase. That is something that happens at the very end of the game with this deck, is when you have successfully decked yourself out. And we are already in archetype. We have a way to skip the battle phase if we really need to. We're not going to play Offerings to the Doomed. I like this archetype a lot more than Senate. Oh yeah, dude, not even close. Not even close. I mean, I think Senate, the artworks went hard on Senate. I like those. And also the like, I am a fan of ritual decks in general, but I just felt like the gimmick being tied to normal monsters, it kind of just discourages me from playing a deck. It's the same thing with Primite. It's like, I don't want to add more normal monsters. Like, I don't know why they keep doing this recently, where they make more and more decks that play normal monsters. It's not a great feeling to play a normal monster deck or in your deck. I hate it. So I don't love that about it. This one feels so much cleaner to me. It's also the first time in a long time, I think, where I read a new archetype and every single card in there, like, I want to play in the deck. Like, every card here feels high quality enough that I want it in the deck. There's nothing here where I say, like, yeah, this card wasn't necessary. They didn't need this. I feel like everything here is good. The worst card is probably the Trap. And even the Trap is okay. And it's mainly bad because of the Trap. You did the same for White Forest, and I loved White Forest. I loved White Forest until it became combo slop. When White Forest was played as just White Forest Runic, I loved it. I thought it was really cool in the beginning. It's just the thing is, like, if sometimes they make archetypes that are really cool, but they don't put locks on it, and they simply don't stop making more cards for it. Like, with White Forest, they should have stopped after they made the cool White Forest cards. And then they kept going. And you're like, okay, here's Azamina, here's this, here's that, here's this way to bridge, because you can search any spellcaster and so on and so forth, right? And I still think, to this day, I think White Forest is a cool archetype. It's a cool archetype. Just like how I think Archmage is a cool archetype in its core. I think Doom Z is a cool archetype. I think Elf Notes, even Elf Notes, I think is a cool archetype. I think the gimmick behind our Elf Notes is cool. but they simply don't stop. They just keep going more and more and more into this combo deck that just becomes stronger and stronger, and there's no proper lock, so you can end on Baron, Crystal Wing, Dawn Dragster, and Omega Hand Loop and stuff like that. And it's just like, these decks lose their identity. And this is something that cannot really happen with this deck because it has proper locks. This deck cannot lose its identity. It cannot be turned into something else because they all have this, right? And this is why this is so important. I mean, you can also argue that the lock itself isn't that important if they just keep a close eye to how these cards can be paired, you know? They could have also just, with the White Forest, for example, they could have left it at that, or with the Doomsies, or with the Medius lore, they could have decided not to make the power patrons that put them all over the top and make them crazy combo decks. They could have decided to stop right there, but they didn't. So yeah, it's just, I think it's unfortunate, because then to me, a lot of the decks that I actually genuinely like, I liked all three of them when they were first announced, when they were starting to see some play. I thought all three of Elf Note, Archmage, and Doomsday were pretty cool decks. And I think the Power Patrons and now the Ars Magnas are just, it's just overkill, man. It's just overkill. And I don't think it's necessary. I think those decks were all cool, and arguably they were all good enough already. Like Doomsday was doing well, Archmage was doing well. They were all, and Elf Notes as well. They're all good decks. They don't need this crazy level of power creep to sell these cards because people already like them. And I just think it's sad when it happens. So yeah. Apparently, Elf Notes is overtaking Toons in the OCG right now due to Ars Magna. I mean, we looked at the breakdown recently, and it's just something that right now it seems like in the OCG, Toon and Elf Notes are fighting over the top spot, and I think that is like literally one of the worst formats I can imagine is when those two decks are fighting for the top. Well, yeah. Like, I get the idea that, like, you want to make a deck that people like, and then you want to put new tools for it into a new set to make it attractive, right? You don't want to, quote unquote, force people to switch decks every set, right? Like, you want people to be able to stick to a deck for a longer time, right? But if you don't make new cards for it, then how are you going to get these players to pick up a new set if they don't, like, right? You know what I mean? If someone is an Elf Note player and then Beyond the Brave comes out, that if there's no new cards for Elf Notes in Beyond the Brave, then they just won't need to pick up Beyond the Brave unless they want to pick up a completely new deck. But people don't want to pick up a completely new deck every set. I think that's the dilemma behind it. I think that is the dilemma behind it, is you need to update these decks to have the people buy your new cards. But I think that it's not being done properly right now. Like, I don't know. Do not check the top 3 decks of this tournament. Toon, Elf Note, Power Patron, FTK. Elf Note, Toon, Elf Note. One cool deck. Cool Tune, Elf Note, Dark Magician Yummy, Elf Note. Cool deck. Grass, Horus, Shining Sarcophagus, Light and Darkness Ritual, Orchist. Elf Note, Cool Tune, Elf Note, Elf Note, Elf Note. My Lord and Savior over here bringing Sky Striker to this tournament. Elf Note, Destiny Hero, Clown Crew, Light and Darkness Ritual, Orchist, Ryziel Toon, Elf Note, Based Branded Andy, Ryziel Toon. So what you're telling me is on the last OCG ban list, right? Because there was YCS Japan where the FTK decks were going crazy, right? What they did was they limited the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. They limited it. I forgot about this. So now, because they only limited it, they are summoning it. And I mean, because power patrons, they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? There's no locks on this anywhere pretty much. And they have so many bodies of so many different levels, they can do any generic extra deck monster in the game. I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's a limit to it. There might be a certain XYZ level that they cannot hit, but in terms of like everything else, they can pretty much do anything. So now they're using Daigusto Emerald to just put the Starving Venom back. To do it again. So once again, phenomenal job on the OCG ban list department on limiting Starving Venom Fusion Dragon instead of just banning the Nightingale. Very good job. And now there's the FTK deck is just back. And guess what? The FTK is just a direct response to the fact that the main non-engine that actually works against these decks is Charmies and the new Gallant board breaker. So when that's the only thing that works against you, or Max C, I guess, all you have to do is just FTK them, guys. It's super easy. It's super easy. Just FTK them. It's no big deal. Yeah. Unironically, as happy as I am to see this deck here, I have no idea how. I have no idea how this competes with this. I genuinely don't understand it. I actually mean it. I have no idea. I mean, I can see that there is an advantage to it, right? Like this deck is very good into Charmies. It's very good into Droll. So it's good into the non-engine that people play. That's probably the reason. It's just, I mean, and here's the thing, right? If the only way you win going second, in the OCG right now is Charmies, then you might as well play Draco Tail because that deck is very good with Charmies. And going first, you are kind of immune to the Charmies, so I guess that's kind of the reason. I kind of figured it out, I think. But yeah. It's funny because I'm happy to see Cool Tune. Can you imagine that? I'm happy to see Cool Tune, even though in the TCG I'm kind of tired of it. But when I look at an OCG report, I'm like, I feel like it's kind of refreshing. I was about to say this is kind of cool. I was about to say this is actually kind of cool, but then I saw that they probably just end on Baron, Zalen, Herald of the Arclight. And then it wasn't cool anymore. This could be a very cool deck in the TCG where we don't have Herald and Baron. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bridging going on in this one, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but if the bridging is not, like, if it doesn't end on Baron Herald, I think this would actually, I wouldn't hate this. I wouldn't hate this. The Witch of the Black Forest, there was synergy with it. I forgot what it was. I think you can summon it with the spell. I think the quick play summons it from the deck, and then you link it off. You get a link 1 out of it, and you get a search for Maxi when you go first. So this deck searches Maxi, I think, via the Witch. So it probably opens with like Baron, Zalen, Herald, and has like Maxi in hand or something. Or Droll. What's the first card? The first card is the Dark Magician Overframe from Magnificent Monsters for us. That comes out next month. Yeah, Mitsu's cool. And Mitsu actually benefits a lot from the new board breaker because they don't need the normal summon as much, and they can tribute the guys in hand, which is pretty sick. Oh, this is the new Future Fusion. That's kind of interesting. They play that. Yeah, this is my arch nemesis. Cool tune. I mean, yeah. I wasn't joking when I said if we get this format and this is what YCS Bologna is going to look like after Magnificent Maestros, I might focus on Genesis for that YCS. I actually mean it. I do genuinely think that in Genesis right now, a lot of the things that I constantly complain about in the advanced constructed format are just better. Like every time I play Genesis, I have a good time. And every time I play advanced constructed, I don't have a bad time, but it's very mixed. It's very so-so, you know, sometimes very good time, sometimes very bad time. So I just wish Genesis had Worlds. I mean, to be fair though, like, yes, I wish that too, but I mean, it's very, very new. And also Genesis has everything in terms of tournament structure, everything but Worlds. Like it has, at least in my area, it has locals. I think it is lacking in terms of locals, but it's going to have regionals now. It has YCSs and it has a European Championship. That is a lot of tournament support for a format. So new card? Which new card are you talking about? Because on YG Organization, there isn't one yet. It's not on YG Org yet. Oh. Konami's official Yu-Gi-Oh! Asia Facebook page has begun reveals for the Asian English version of Beyond the Brave. Okay. Wait, people use Facebook still? I can't even see it if I don't log in. I don't want to log in. Wait, there's someone else who posted it here. Okay, so this is an official reveal from the Asian English Konami Facebook page for a TCG World Premiere card in Beyond the Brave. Audumla, Progenitor of the Frozen Expanse. A level 9 water monster. If 4 or more cards are on the field, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can send up to 2 spell traps you control to the graveyard, draw that many cards, then you can special summon a water monster from your hand. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can change this card to face down defense position. Also, for the rest of this turn, all face down cards you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects, and your opponent cannot target them with card effects. You can only use each effect of Audumla, Progenitor of the Frozen Expanse, once per turn. Okay. What's the idea here? I'm so confused. There's so many things going on. Is it supposed to be Asutra support? Because what I was thinking, I mean, where my mind went at first was Paleo. Because you can set 4 traps, then summon it, and then sends stuff like rollback to the graveyard, which is cool. Kind of like a trap tantalizing tune, and it protects your back row. It's kind of cool. You can technically use it in any trap deck like that. You can also draw Swap Rock and special it. Yeah. I mean, it's probably made for Asutra. Because in Paleo, I mean, obviously it's not meant for Paleo. I'm not delusional. That's just where my mind went. but it's like it just does a lot of different things, but nothing like properly. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't really. It doesn't really excel at anything. It's not a great extender, quote unquote. It's not a great draw engine, not a super reliable draw engine, not a reliable like way to summon waters out of your hand. It does require, I think this card is good in trap decks only though. The reason I'm saying this is because if you have to have 4 or more cards on the field for it, to me, I would call that in a deck that is monster combo reliant, you need to already be comboing off to reach that number, right? Like you need to be able to put like cards onto the field. You need to be able to play already. In a trap deck, it doesn't mean this, because in a trap deck, you can just go set 4, summon it. Set 4, summon it, send your worst 2 traps away, draw 2 cards, right? Or you go second, yes. But like in a traditional water combo deck, this wouldn't be good because this is win more. You already have to be able to play the game in order to summon this in the first place. I think this is good in trap decks. To protect your traps, to draw you some cards, and to send traps or spells to the grave that you don't want, which is neat. It's kind of like a better Magician Souls for trap decks. Which is, I'm not sure if there's much, if that's something that, you know, these decks wanted. It does protect you from Lightning Storm, for example, right? It protects you from Lightning Storm, protects you from all kinds of destructions like Duster, which is cool. Yeah. And it gets you cards like Rollback out of your hand, which is a card that a lot of trap decks play. They revealed the art for this card in the official TCG page for Beyond the Brave with the Asutra cards. Yeah, I think that's what it's meant for. I think that's the reason why we're getting it in Beyond the Brave. I think this is supposed to go with Asutra, but it does go with other trap decks as well, right? Like this is kind of like a Lord of the Heavenly Prison style card that goes well in trap decks, right? Notably, this card is very bad with Lord of the Heavenly Prison though. Because if you, like, just thinking about it in a trap deck, if you draw both Lord of the Heavenly Prison and this, when you go first, you cannot summon this card because you don't have enough cards. Because you would draw this, Lord of the Heavenly Prison, 3 trap cards, you cannot put 4 cards onto the field. You would have to draw only this and 4 traps, or a monster that you can summon. Right? So it's kind of bricky in that sense. Like if you draw too many monsters with this in a trap deck, you cannot summon it. Like let's say you draw this plus 2 monsters and 2 traps, even if you can summon one of the monsters and set 2 of your traps, you can't summon this. I feel like the condition needed to be a little easier. Or if you draw 2 of it, yeah, this is like one of the worst cards to draw 2 of ever in a trap deck, because if you draw 2 of it, you just cannot have 4 traps. I feel like this should have said if you have 3 cards on the field, not 4. It helps going second, you can just summon it, but it's not the kind of card that like really pushes super well into a board. Right? I don't think it's meant to be a board breaker. It's just something you summon, and then it's just a 2500 beat stick that you can send a Rollback to the grave and draw a card. If you have if it survives, it's not a quick effect. So if your opponent removes it immediately when you summon it, you don't get to do that. Right? It's cool though. I do appreciate whenever they make like trap deck support that isn't a floodgate. I think this is very important for the like what's the word? The overall standing that trap decks have in the community is that we have more cards like this, like Rollback, like Trapaholic, like Trap Trick, like Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Just something that encourages healthy gameplay with normal trap cards. None of that floodgate bullshit, right? Like I'm sick of trap decks being hated because they play floodgates. And this is a card that, you know, inherently is just trap deck support, has nothing to do with floodgates. It's just kind of cool. Also only protects face down cards, doesn't protect face up ones. So, you know, that's neat. Yeah, I like it. I wish it was a little bit stronger though. I wish it was a little bit stronger because it doesn't seem quite strong enough for me to say, yeah, this is going to see play over something like a Lord of the Heavenly Prison. I think it's not good enough for that. I played Paleo at locals yesterday and they call it a stun deck. Every time I post a video with Paleo, people call it a stun deck in the comments, which is crazy to me. It's genuinely crazy to me, but I'm also sick of arguing, so I won't. I feel like if you think Paleo is a stun deck, you're too far gone and we won't reach an agreement on this. But yeah. Okay, enough yapping about new cards. Let's jump into Master Duel. Actually, quick toilet break, and then we will play one of these decks in the Fusion Festival. I don't know which one we're going to start with yet, but yeah, I wanna play some Fusion Festival to see how good it is. All right, be right back. I'll run a quick ad so we don't get it when I'm back. So I'll run an ad now so you don't miss anything in a second. Okay. Also, before I forget, the streaming schedule for the rest of the week is going to be a little bit different. The streams this week are going to be today, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. So you still get 4 streams, just like normal, but just on different days. The reason being that on Wednesday, I'm actually in the UK for the 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup. That's going to be on this channel. So the stream is also going to be later than usual because I'm casting the 3 versus 3 Challenger Cup on Wednesday, which means I'm traveling to the UK. So there's no stream tomorrow and no stream on Thursday because I'm traveling. And then on Friday, I'm back. We are playing the, what's it called? The Fusion Festival Stage 2 on stream. And then on Sunday as well. So still 4 streams, just different days. All right. Now, Fusion Festival. I actually haven't played at all yet. I have not played the Fusion Cup at all. And I want to, for me, I kind of just want to find out how fun it is. We are currently sitting at stage like duelist level 11. We still need to make our way towards 20. If we can't quite finish it today, which I don't think we will, I don't think we have enough time for it, I'll just finish it like until Friday. I want to find out a... 18 is max. Okay, good. So it's easier. All right, cool. Oh yeah, DLV 18 secures you a spot in the second stage. Okay. So maybe we can do it today. We'll see. Here's the thing. There are a couple of decks that I think are cool in this format. I've been told that you can play a version of Bestial Fiendsmith, which I'm always down for. However, I don't want to start with this deck. The list is also not done. The list is not finished. But I wanted to try this deck eventually, but this is not new. This is not new. The same thing goes for Memento. I'm aware that you can play Memento in this event, and I am a big fan of Memento. I love Memento, but I've played it before. It's nothing new to me. The three decks, and I think I'll let you guys choose what you want to see from these first, because I don't mind either. That I want to try. Ideally, we try all of them today. Maybe we have enough time to do that. Maybe we do like 1 hour each. GMX, Shaddolls, and Darklords are the three decks that I want to try. GMX is of course a deck that I've played in combination with the For Hire, and I had a lot of fun with that. But we cannot play that with For Hire in the event. Give me a second. I forgot to close the door. So this deck, I think, in its pure form, could be very fun, and I actually don't think it's bad. I think it's better than people give it credit for. I like the GMX cards. I think they're fun. We could mess around with that. The other thing is Shaddolls. Shaddolls is a deck that I really, really like. I mean, after all, it's the deck that I won my first ever YCS with. This is 12 years ago at this point. But Shaddolls are cool. I like Shaddol. The only downside is that it is a Winda deck. It is a Winda deck, but other than that, the new cards are cool, and I've never been able to mess around with them so far. You know, the Void Unleashing, the Lev Shaddol Fusion, the Toe Shaddol Grista. It's actually all... I ordered all of these cards recently to potentially try to make this deck work in Genesis format. I kind of want to maybe mess around with it a little bit. It's a very fun deck. I haven't finished the build yet, but it looks promising. I like the looks of this deck. I kind of want to play it. And then we have Darklords. Now, Darklords is the biggest question mark for me because I've never played Darklords before. But maybe that's why it's also a cool challenge. I've found some different variations of the deck online, and I was tinkering with it a little bit because I think pure Darklords, unfortunately, just doesn't have enough starters. So there are different ways you can do it. One way I saw was Melodious. The other one I saw was Sulfachord, or you can also do Gem Knights. Because this deck just doesn't have enough starters. You need ways to get going. I have no real preference. Surely you would want Impulse. The problem is that all of the secondary engines clash with Impulse, which is why I took it out. But yeah. Anyways, we can do a poll if you want to. You can just pick which one you would like to see first. Which one do we start with? I will try to play all three today, but I'm not sure if we have enough time. Maybe we end up only being able to play two. So GMX, Darklord, Shaddolls. I have no preference. I think all three of them could be fun or could be a fail. I don't know. So poll is up. It runs for, I think, a minute or two. I said it, and you can just decide which one we start with. GMX enjoyers and Chambles. It looks like GMX is not winning this one, guys. It looks like GMX is not winning. I actually think there's a chance that I'm gonna like GMX the most out of these, but we'll see. I will accept your vote either way. Currently, Darklords is winning. If Darklord wins, what's the best version of it? Is it Melodious or is it Sulfa or what is it? Are you gonna go for rank 1 in the Fusion Cup? I'm gonna play it on Friday and Sunday. I don't know how much I can try hard. The issue is that on Saturday I cannot play because we're invited to a wedding, which I'm not gonna skip an invite to a wedding of a friend for playing the Fusion Cup. So I don't have the Saturday. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how realistic it is, but I'll just be playing on Friday and Saturday and Sunday and try to have a good time. Is it an invite to Worlds? No, this one does not give you an invite to Worlds. Okay, currently it looks like Darklords is winning. They are currently over 20 votes ahead of Shadol's. So unless the Shadol Andes really get to voting in the last couple of seconds, then we are going to be playing Darklords. Looks like Darklords. It's getting closer. Nope, Darklords won. Okay. All right. Darklords won. All right. So essentially everything in this build except for the Melodious cards, I think is pretty set in stone for me. The question is just, is it Melodious or is it Sulfa Chord or is it Gem Knights? I don't think the Darklord sub-engine at all, just needs one that plays and has the least conflict with non-engine. Two things I recommend. X-Chill not at 3 is the worst card to get ashed on in 2026. FNV is really strong in any version to dodge hand traps and use it as breakers. Okay. Fallen and the Virtuous. Yeah, we can play that. Wait, but what did you mean by it? You said I don't think Darklord sub-engine at all. That's not a sentence. It matters. Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, well, I mean, the problem is all of them conflict with Dominus Impulse, though. Like, I think there's one thing that is for sure, which is that it needs a sub-engine, because there's no way it's consistent enough without one. It definitely needs one. Play Rise Map. It could play Piri Rise Map to search this guy. Rise Map. I only have one Rise Map. Okay, so we play one Rise Map. Perfect. If I cut one X shell. Ukobak. If this card is normal or special summon, you can send a Darklord card from your deck to the graveyard. Is that combo though? Because then you can't summon this guy anymore. Dawn Angel Combi. I saw the loner deck and I was a little confused by it. Hold up, we'll take a look at it. Because the loner deck has Dawn Angel Combi, but no target for it. So that was confusing to me. Add Rahamu. Guys, this is for the Fusion Festival. You cannot play Rahamu. Combi is for the Solfa variant. Okay, what is the engine in the Solfa Court one? We just use Combi as another way to get to Primoa? The Solfa links are banned though. It doesn't matter. You just need a way to make this. Because this is 2 fairy monsters. This is what you need. You just need a way to make 2 fairy monsters happen. But what's wrong with Melodious then? What's wrong with Melodious? Isn't Melodious kind of cool? I guess minus 3 Primoa, 1 Cutia, 1 Solfegia, 3 Happiness. So in that case, the only brick is this, right? The only brick is this. Yeah, we would have to cut Dominus Spark for this, but that's okay. We have other non-engine. So I'm just thinking the Melodious engine has more bricks, right? Because in the Melodious engine, this is the starter, this is the starter, and this is a brick, and the fusion spell is also a brick. So let's try Solfa Court. I've changed my mind. Gem has the least bricks. Oh wait, Gem has less bricks? What's the Gem engine? Is it just Brilliant Fusion and Nepirim? Okay, yeah, no, I like that. That seems clean. And that's light too, so we can just play Spark. Play both Impulse and Spark. Well, if we play Impulse though, we still lose out on the Nepirim effect, right? Nepi Graveyard effect is bonus. You send Gulgulet. Okay, which fusion do I make? Lady Diamond. A Gem Knight and a Fairy. Okay. And this is... Wait, but this is a brick, isn't it? It is, yeah. Okay. I need super poly targets, and I can cut the Melodious guys. This, Devour, and Albion, Warfall and the Virtuous, Garura, Mud Dragon. We have to cut down on some of this. Dragostapelia is interesting. Okay. Probably don't need same type, different attribute. Cut 1 Devour? No. Why is your super poly not overframe? Because I don't have it. Do I need these two? One copy of Lenatus, it'll come up. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, maybe. Okay, we do need to cut this down a little bit. We do need to cut this down a little bit. Although I don't mind it if it's slightly over 40. Maybe cut a droplet and an FNV. X shell at 1. Google it. Maybe like this. The thing is, I haven't played this deck before, so I don't even really know what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to go normal summon this, special a Darklord, special this, makes 2 tokens, link it off into this. Darklord Dance. Make this guy. That's a spell and a trap. And then I copy the traps like they all do. Copy the Rhoda. Search an X-Shell and something else or something. You need names for the fusions, play 2 10s. Okay. Well, we'll just try this. Actually, we don't need 2 copies of Devour here. Although, maybe we do for the Super Poly. We'll keep it like this. You want to end with Morningstar in hand, the fusion, and dance in the graveyard. The fusion in the grave. Which fusion in the graveyard? Not this, right? This wants to be on the field, no? Oh, the fusion on the field and the field spell in the grave. Yeah. That I figured, yeah. So that we can, on the opponent's turn, copy the Darklord Dance in the graveyard to then fuse into the guy that nukes the board, right? Yeah. So should I just add this and normal summon it? Or should I add this and discard it for this? Probably better to add this and be safe about it. Does it matter where this points? Probably not. Search. And I want Darklord Dance. Discard a card, take a Darklord, add it to your hand, or send it to the graveyard. Is this how I get Morningstar? Usually. Make Evening Star. So we set. I mean, I have multiple of this, so I'm setting this. Normally, if I didn't start with this, this is where I would set this. And then we have destroy a card on the field or negate the effects of an effect monster. I think that's better. Then, what is this? Target a Darklord card or quick play in your grave, add it to your hand. Let's draw first. Actually, let's copy this so that I can deck thin and draw non-engine. At least I think that makes sense. Because we want... I kind of also... I want this too. Because this can search Morningstar. But yeah. Let's get the trap. Draw 2 non-engine. I'm the best. What do I discard now? My hand has everything. I just added this card with this, I think. I can't set all of it. I am going to Darklord card added to your hand. Yeah. Pay 1,000. Target a Darklord. Here's this. I don't even have to do the discard thing. So set this, set this, set this, and set this. Three dark fairies. Okay. Gain 500. Okay. So we have 2 traps. We can copy each trap. So we have 2 pops, 2 negates. Oh, like 2 imperms rather. 2 pops, 2 imperms. We have a quick effect fuse. Oh no, I don't get 2 each because if I do want to copy the fusion spell. Right. But I mean, I drew all of my non-engine pretty much. I drew Fallen, both Dominus and Super Poly. Like, bro, I don't even need my engine here, I feel like. Most likely. Okay, I send a Darklord from your hand, negate the face of... Yeah. Let's do that. And I send this because it adds. My mana. No. Add. Ooh, add this? Oh no, this needs to send a Darklord monster. Okay. Should have been a Darklord. Should have been another Yehudi. You have a lot of new engine? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I don't have any other cards that negate. The rest is removal, which is fine. You can put Evening Star, Morning Star Engrave. Oh, because Dance is a contact fusion, right? Right, so I can just discard this. Okay, nice. I like when decks just kind of work on their own without like crazy generic endboard pieces. I mean, I drew a lot of non-engine, but like the deck's non-engine, the deck's engine just kind of makes sense. Is kind of cool. Pop that for free. You feel this is a good time to get into the TCG? It's not my favorite format, and next format I think is not getting better. But I think from the conceptual side of things, I think it's pretty good, yeah. And what I mean by this is like, I think it's relatively easy to pick up one of the decks right now and probably be able to play it for a long time. Okay, they drew 2 Draco Tail traps. That's unfortunate. Not the best going second hand. It feels like this fusion monster is kind of like exactly what this deck needed. I think what it's missing in the TCG right now is just more ways to get started. Because you're kind of forced to bridge into it a lot of the times, I think. Yeah, the support seems very good. It's just, I feel like they, in order to actually become viable at a top level, they would probably need a little more. Okay, we drew Nepirim is the bad news. The good news is we drew Maxi, Ash, and Impulse. So our non-engine got our back. Hey, it's actually Dark Magician. They might be able to play without giving me draws here. Or like, I mean, not play, but just get a setup that is good enough. Okay, never mind. They do play. Okay, Crown. Add a Dark Magician from your deck to your hand. I think I want to prevent that. Yeah, I want to prevent that because that means they can summon it and then banish my cards. I don't want to. I don't want them to banish my cards. Hmm. Not a great hand, I don't think. I do just kind of fall apart to 1 negate. if I'm ignoring the chance of getting drolled here, would it be better for me to get the spell card? Probably, right? It's probably better to get the spell. So that I have it later on to copy. You have no combo here. Yeah, because the once per turn effect of this is already used. It's really awkward, right? Not sure how good it is to play foolish then. Special X shell, banish this, add dance. Yeah, that does work. Yeah, I gotta do that. And now I link first though, right? I link so that these two are in the grave. Or what does it say? Banishing monsters from hand, field, and their grave. I go into the link. I could even go ahead and use this to summon the Gulgulet from deck to get 2 tokens. So that I can fuse with the tokens and I don't have to banish my X-Shell from the graveyard. Because I don't really want to banish my X-Shell from the graveyard. Oh no, it adds or sends it. Oh, my bad. It adds or sends. This is a lot of damage because I can copy the fusion spell in battle phase. I have 1 engrave. So do I just add Morningstar? One, two. So I'm gonna make this with Condemned, Morningstar, and this in the grave, right? So I just go battle, effect. Oh, they actually stopped game here with that little guy. I think. Right? Special a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl. Yeah, they can stop that. That's funny. Probably fine. Oh, maybe not fine. That disables my disruption from the back row too, because I got no Darklord monster to send now. Special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl. I don't know, man. Let me just do this. So I don't get Dark Magician of Destruction. Sadly, no trap in the grave, so they could still normal summon it. They want the draw effect. Oh, okay. Oh, they can't normal because Lava Golem. Yeah, my bad. I mean, I have more here, but I think this should just be it, so I'm not trying to waste time. Go. In before they play actual Karibo. I like this deck's interruptions. I think they're fun. I don't like this deck's like brickiness, I think. It's like it's the kind of deck that if you get to play, I enjoy it, but I don't enjoy how it has like a bunch of bricky situations. I mean, this hand is just great. Base GMX gamer. In TCG, you can play it with Power Patron. Is that supposed to be a good thing or what? I'm still annoyed that the fusion spell banishes instead of shuffling. That is true. That is a weakness. Oh, they put Misk on top. That's funny. But my Maxi resolved, so it doesn't matter how funny it is. They could also send this guy to the grave, right? Add an evolution pill. Pretty cool. Deluxe. Why could I not ash that? Was there something that prevented me from responding? Or am I missing something? The field. Oh yeah, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects. Okay. I mean, it's fine. I can just ash the pill. It works too, but I was just confused. Ooh. They don't even activate the pill. Okay. What can I super poly into here? I can super poly into the favorite hero Flare Wingman. Should I spark this? Or... These are both warriors. So I could super poly both of these into Garura. I feel like it's fine to not spark to keep my Ash live. That's a very good discard for my super poly. Well, I already had the ability to send it with Brilliant Fusion. Target a card your opponent controls. Excavate the top cards of your deck until you excavate. I think we can do a cool thing to play around Droll a little bit. I can go this, add, and then on activation, I can super poly. So they can't Droll. Don't know how necessary this is, because I could have done this in draw phase as well. Sadly, I don't have enough monsters in the grave to draw with this guy. That's a cool animation. I've never seen that before. And here I'm adding the fusion spell. Okay. Excavate 5, and if you hit a GMX card, negate. Okay. I've been negated. That's fine. Do I want to discard a card for this? It is a fairy that I can use as link material, but I don't think so. Why not Morningstar? I don't know. I'm freestyling. Banish these two. I didn't do Morningstar because I wanted to make this one first. Is what I was thinking. And I didn't want to banish my one of Morningstar for that. That's fine. Yeah, it's game no matter what. I can even fuse another time. I don't want to make the first Dark Lord here, but I can just make another Evening Star, I think. Don't know if I had another high level one, but either way, it works. I mean, that game was not super interesting because it was just carried by Maxi. We got like 3 extra cards and then they didn't have that much interruption. You can use itself. Yeah, but I don't know if I had another level 6 or higher, is what I'm saying. I don't know what I had in grave right now. I think it was either a Jehuti or a Gulgulet. I don't know if I had another high level. Alright, good hand for going second, I guess. Fractal. Okay. Luna Light. That is scary. Cannot target. Cannot target. But how do I prevent Liger from popping them? Is there anything that protects them from being destroyed? You crown your fusion? Yeah, but then I cannot you recycle your crowns. Okay. Darklord Tez? Yeah, but I meant something that I actually play in my deck. So the win con is I have to repeatedly crown my guy. But what if they just negate my crown with... Oh wait, no, they can't negate crown with this, right? Is it just monsters on the field that can't respond to crown, or all monsters? All monsters, right? Okay. I mean, I might not be perfect on my execution on this, but I'll try. Because they are definitely going to get a Liger here. I cannot prevent that. There's no way. Their opener is way too good for that. Evening Stars 4K? Yeah, but they destroy it. They pop it with Liger. Liger Dancer has an effect. You know that, right? Just double checking. Thought we were on Melodious? No, I got convinced to take it out for the Brilliant Fusion seems just better. The thing is, like, I cannot fuse twice in the same battle phase, right? I have no way to do that. I think. Called by is a good draw to get rid of the Silverhound. Super Poly. What would I do with Super Poly, guys? What would I do with Super Poly? Okay. All right. Well, I think we can win this, but it's going to be a little messy. This needs to banish a Lunalight Fusion. So I'm gonna call by this right away. They cannot negate this right now, and this is just gonna get this out of here. Okay. Normal summon Jehuti. Special Google it. Activate Google it. Is the only card that can search Forbidden Crown this? Right? That's the only card that searches Forbidden Crown, so this has to search Forbidden Crown here. It has to search Forbidden Crown. But how do I get the fusion spell now? Because I drew none of these cards that I actually need. Draw 2. And how, but how do I play around? Oh, I see. Hold up. Need to deck thin. Don't activate this. I don't need this. I need to deck thin so I have the best chances of drawing the thing I need. That's not what I needed. Actually, Super Poly does fuse. Wait, Super Poly works. That is very funny. I still have these guys. So now... But this guy is a little small. It does go down to the regular attacks. It doesn't force them to use the effects, which I want. Do I just make this? No. No, I just get the fusion spell with this. The issue is I run out of monsters, right? I have no way to... I don't know why they use Liger there. I don't know. Oh wait, no, not that one. Because that one recycles my... thingy. Pay 1,000, special a fairy from your hand or grave in defense. Can this deck add back from banished in my current iteration? I don't think I can, right? I don't know if I can outlast the Ligers. That's annoying. Jehudi adds one from the graveyard, but I only have 3 of that. I'm limited to 3 add backs. I only have 3 add backs with this. And then I'm out. So I have crown 4 times. I only have 4 crowns and I need it every turn. Do I need to crown here? Yes, right? I have to crown here, otherwise it dies. But then the attack stops. And now I add back crowns so I survive their turn. So I just don't think I have enough. Like, they have 9 cards left in the extra deck. I don't know if it's all Luna Lights. I don't know if it's all Luna Lights, but yeah. I have to crown this. They don't even have to send. They don't even have to send this turn. This is not good. Oh. Wait, this doesn't stop this? Oh, okay. Wait, unaffected by activated card effects. Oh, that's a continuous effect? Monsters your opponent controls. Oh, yeah, I get owned, yeah. That's not an activated effect. That's a continuous effect. Yeah, I just lose to that. The problem is like, then technically this has to go into defense mode, but if it's in defense mode, then I don't force them to send on my turn, so I can never force them to send. Yeah, that's hard. Instead of Sanctified, I'm playing the first Darklord trap for better grind. The first Darklord. There's no trap that's called that. Special a Darklord from hand, deck, or banishment, ignoring its summoning conditions. Instead of Sanctified? Yeah, I could see that. The Foolish is bad. We could do this. Just run all of them? Maybe. I do really like the pop and gain life points. The negate and gain life points. It does brick. Yeah, but the deck already does. Fine. Yeah, Lunalight is an issue in this event. Every deck, I feel like at the power level it's at, it feels like every deck you play needs to be prepared to outligers. If your deck can't do that, it's probably not a great pick for the second stage. This hand is good. We're going second though, we'll see. I'd really like if this deck didn't brick that much. It seems cool, yeah, it's a cool deck, but it feels bricky. I don't even think Branded can. Branded should beat Lunalight if played properly. By looping Titaniclad, it should be possible. I don't know the limitations on Branded, but should be. Didn't I prime sub like last week? It does show me that you are subbed, but maybe it doesn't automatically send a notification sometimes. You have to like click on share your sub or something. That's probably that. Thank you, though. I appreciate you. Isn't Titaniclad only 37 when made? It depends on the levels. You do need a high-level monster for it. If you play Albion the Shrouded Dragon, you can make it with a level 8 Albaz. It can, but summoning Titaniclad is really telegraphed. I don't think that matters much when you're playing against Lunalight, because, I mean, then they know you're going to summon Titaniclad, but it's unaffected. What are they going to do? Where do you think Brilliant should be at in the ban list in Master Duel and TCG? I don't know. Brilliant Fusion is one of those weird cards where I don't like when, like, the use that I'm doing for it right now is technically what I don't like about it. When other decks play it by using 3 Brilliant Fusion and some bricks is not my favorite. I do like when it's limited, because then Gem Knight has access to it by searching it, but other decks don't really. So I like when it's at 1. Nonoka, thank you for the 10 gifties. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support recently, man. Thank you so much. Clear wings. Why is this legal? Oh, I guess because of Preda plants? Probably why. Wait, is Crystal Wing legal too? Say it ain't so. No? Okay. Thank God. Yeah, dude, the Fusion Cup is not really a Fusion Cup, because they do let you play links and stuff that are related to fusion summoning. So like, I mean, Verte Anaconda is also legal. Fusion Cup Plus is what they call it. It does make some sense. Initially, I thought it was weird, but I do think it makes sense if they want you to play fusion archetypes to have some of the related cards be allowed. I don't actually have a great issue with it. I think it's okay. Like, I mean, my deck plays the Darklord Link monster too, and it would probably just be bad if it didn't have it, right? So in order to make people play the deck that you want them to play, I think it makes some sense. Yeah, but Clearwing, I mean, Clearwing is kind of necessary for this deck, maybe? I don't know. But the Clearwing threw me off as well a little bit. But at least Crystal Wing isn't legal. Yet they banned Synchro Ecclesia. The Synchro Ecclesia ban is, I think, more of a balance hit than a... This is banned because it's a Synchro. I think they just got rid of it because Branded would be too strong without it, which I think is fair enough. I think that's fair enough. Even though I love Branded, but I think it would shit on all of these decks if it had access to all of its cards. The coolest thing about Predaplant in this event is probably that Super Poly is limited, but this deck can search it, which is pretty neat for it. Okay, so you're summoning this, and then you're searching FNV. Okay, that's pretty cool. Super duper Poly. Starving Venom Wing Dragon. Once per turn, if your opponent special summons a monster, target one of them, this card gains attack. That monster's effects are negated. Once per turn, when another card or effect is activated, destroy a card in the field. If this card in the monster zone is destroyed, place this card in the pendulum zone, and then everything gets a counter, right? Everything gets a counter, which means that as long as Dragos Tapelia is there, and this is in the scale, it's just skill drain, right? Pretty much. Because everything gets a counter that's special summoned. This is going to be tough. I mean, my hand, to be fair, my hand right now does not even beat one Dragos Tapelia on this, plus Fallen into Virtuous on this. So, you know. It's fine. I'll just top deck Super Poly. And then I'm going to be the one making counters. Is the one in the EMZ a plant? No, that's a dragon. That does not help at all. I don't think. Maybe they let it resolve, Copium? Okay, destroy a card in the field. Fine. Ooh, wait. Wait. Destroy itself. Okay. Okay, I mean, I get it. You want to put it in the scale to enable the skill drain effect. But like... Alright. Okay. I am going to be under skill drain now, basically. And also level 1 tokens means I cannot use them to make this guy. Which is annoying, actually. That does matter. The thing is, the card that is really bothering me is the Dragostapelia, right? The Dragostapelia is what negates everything. So if I droplet it, I can use my effects again. Not droplet. This. See if they FNV it. Impulse. Okay. Yep. Still a free droplet send, technically. What's my discard here? Probably this. Shell or Morning Star? And thing is, like, I would love to go for this guy if it resolves. I think it's Xenovader. They have super poly. I mean, the face downs are Fallen into Virtuous and super poly, so it should resolve. And they've used Impulse already. The super poly is still going to hit me hard. These draws were awful. Genuinely awful. Really bad. So let's dance. Okay. They can make a second Dragostapelia. It's probably what they're trying to do, which is really bad for me. But why did they use the other one? Now I can called by it. I think I need this. They had to? No, they could have used this, right? These are all darks. Send Mirror Jade to pop a token. Okay. I accept your conditions. The question is, can I... I think it's... If you control... Oh, I need to control a Dark Fairy Fusion monster for this. Maybe I'm okay? I mean, I can't do anything else this turn, but... I think you had to not discard the contactor. No, that was definitely correct. I'm surprised they don't play a second target for the Fallen that produces anything. They just send Mirror Jade. Why? We do have good interruption here. Okay, that's crazy. We can go Herald of Orange Light with the Gulgulet and then search. And we have Called by the Grave to answer the Dragostapelia whenever. Isn't it funny? Because like the fact that they make all my monsters level 1 makes their clear wing so bad. Set poly. Okay. That gives them back the fusion sub. I don't think that does much. Only one card in hand. I'll take the damage here. I could pop off in the battle phase, but I'm a little scared that the last card they have is another impulse. So I'm taking this damage for a chance that they might set it in main phase 2. I mean, because this is live, right? Because this is wind. Okay, they didn't use it. All right, then we go. Okay, so this gets a counter, so now this becomes level 1. Pay 1,000, copy Darklord Dance. And called by the second Dragostapelia. Sure. Dude, it's because everything is level 1 that this couldn't activate. It's so funny. It basically destroyed themselves. Because otherwise, Clearwing could have negated both of these because they were level 5 or higher. Well, none of this would have happened if you just negated my first Darklord card. Yep, Moltrami Pualos. Let's go. I have that too. I can't activate it right here to show you, but I have the same one. No need to complain about that. Okay. I didn't expect to win this one, but we did. That was fun. That was very fun. Okay. Oh, we got tickets. Can we spin the wheel? I don't think I have enough. Can we gamba? Where does one go to gamba? I forget. Here? I have 9 tickets. You need 10, right? No, we need another ticket. Okay. Let's say goodbye to Darklords. I don't think we can play all the decks today that I wanted to play, but we can at least do one switch and play one other one. Either Shadol or GMX. This deck was fun. I like this deck. I actually think it's cool, and I would have played it longer, but there's other decks on the list that I want to play. Actually, this is still the old list. Hold up, I added the Fallen something. This one I think is cool. We cut Foolish, and I think we left it at that. Yeah. Yeah, this is it's a cool deck. It's fun. I like it. Has very fun ways of interacting with the opponent. Lots of removal, lots of just summon big guys. Copy. I love, I don't know what it is, but copying effects to get the same effect again is so fun. It's a very fun mechanic to copy a card in your graveyard and do the same thing again. Even if the same thing isn't even that broken, like pop a card or something, or add one from deck, it's just, it feels so cool to do. Copying effects is fun. I don't know why. I can't even tell you why I think it's fun, but I think it's fun. Okay. Except rollback. Rollback is cheap. No, rollback is the most fun of them all, dude. Rollback is the most fun of them all. Okay. Next up, we have Shadol or GMX. Shadol or GMX. Bestial Fiendsmith, to be clear, I think Bestial Fiendsmith and Memento are both awesome decks that I might play on the weekend if we grind the festival a little bit. But they're nothing new to me, so I don't really want to play them right now. I actually, with what I've seen from the format, I'm not sure how much I love Shadol's, because I feel like Shadol has a very hard time against some of the decks here. I don't even think Shadol can out a Liger Dancer. I don't think it's possible for Shadol's. I genuinely just don't think Shadol can do that. So maybe we do GMX. But can GMX beat Liger? The big guy, right? Cannot target. Oh wait, no, it can be destroyed by card effects. And it's 37. This is not big enough. This is not big enough. This is not big enough. Dude, nothing beats Lunalight. What are the restrictions on Lunalight in this festival? Oh yeah, this had the Dino Kaiju, right? The Dino Kaiju works. 0. There are no changes to it. That's insane. That is genuinely crazy. I mean, I get it. This deck does use XYZs to combo like Dugaras and such, but come on, man. That is crazy strong. Not even like one Liger or something? That's gotta be up there with the best decks for this event. If not just the best. That's crazy. Okay, let's work on this GMX list real quick. This is way too many cards. I didn't want it to be this many cards. This can be a one of. Doesn't necessarily need Rhoda. I don't know if this guy is necessary. The Xenovader Docus. You can probably take it out. I like the Overtex. Memento eats Luna. I think Memento, honestly, because I'm not tryharding this event on the weekend because I don't have enough time for it, there's a very high chance that my favorite decks to play and the decks I'm going to play the most are just going to be Memento and Bestial Fiendsmith. Because I think I'm going to enjoy those decks the most in this event. Bestial Fiendsmith should beat Luna. I mean, only really if you... Yeah, you can outgrind it, probably. You can prevent it with the Bestials, and you can also stay alive with the Bestials, maybe, and with Regained, and eventually out it with, like, Agnum Day. Yeah. Okay, this is 43 cards. Do we need this guy? No, we don't need this guy. 42. Fine. Oh, extra X, too thick. He's turn 1 excavate for Deneen revive. Yeah, but how important is that really to do that on turn 1? I like this as a board breaker with Super Poly. I think that's neat. Don't think we need proxy. Actually, proxy could help if we're stuck with normal summons in hand. I would do -1 Kimridge, -1 Experiment. Nah, man, these cards are life. I want to open with these. They're so fun. I'll cut... I don't even know exactly what I'm trying to end on with this. Because I don't have the Fur Hire cards. Because that's what I was trying to end on in that deck. So this is just going to be GMX freestyle. Okay. Not a great hand. It's only one play. Either way, whether I go with this or Raptor. What's the better starter? What would the Salan summon? A non-warrior GMX. Or Deneen. Probably just specials Deneen. Which is good. Do that. I mean, we passed to one hand trap on both of these. Well, that is really bad too. It's kind of fair enough because that's what we did earlier to our GMX opponent. We just max-seed them and won because of it, so can't really complain about that one. Well, I think we're giving them way too many cards, but... They have 8 cards in hand. And we have a book everything and a monster negate. Really not that strong into maxi this deck. And like Fua would have hurt the same way, to be honest. That's fine, we don't do anything. Okay, at the very least, we didn't put everything into monsters, so we don't... Oh, it's heroes. Droplet for 3, because why not? Do I just... Do I hold this for... Hold up. Shadow Mist. Okay. That I think I let happen. I'm scared of Dark Law, but I think I let that happen. Okay. Is this to play around Droll or something? Or what's the reason for this? Stratos. Wait, if I negate the Stratos, doesn't this just win? Okay, that's kind of broken, I think. Last card in hand. To be fair, they dropped it at 3 cards away for whatever reason. I probably still lose, but I don't know. The hell is this? Destroy all other cards on the field. Okay. What did you make Dark Law for? Okay, then. This card is so good for follow-up, man. How do I excavate to bring back my Danin? What's the best way? I just add this, right? Oh. Okay, their username was I need Max C, and they had Max C. They drew 3 cards off of it, and they couldn't manage 2 interruptions. Okay. Well then. Well then. Okay. Acceptable hand for going second. Can I... Okay. Can I recycle Dogoran somehow? I'm trying to think if I can, like... Because I'm thinking, like, can I out 2 Ligers with it in theory? Can I out 2 Ligers in theory by returning Dogoran to my hand somehow? That was me? Why'd you leave then? My turn to have Max C. I also drew the experiment. That's not great. Okay, Branded. I think it's the first time I'm facing Branded in this event. I haven't really seen the power level of it. I know the Fallen of the White Dragon, I think, is limited. Can you not buff Big Dino Guy with Lil Danine? I can, but then they wipe it. Because the Big Dino Guy can be destroyed by card effects. It just can't be targeted, unfortunately. Alright, Prage, resolve! Nice! Oh, I mean, I'm not going to impermanent. I'm not going to. I have Super Poly. I have this guy in my extra deck. I am chill. All right, goodbye, dude. All right, we're cruising. Maxi be doing Maxi things. I really don't know. I really don't know why out of all the events, they usually always ban Maxi, but for this one, they decided not to. I have no idea. I really don't know. It's so confusing. Why is my opponent's name #1 Stunner? And why did I lose the coin flip? Because it's a cup? Oh, and because it's a cup, it needs to be miserable or what? Okay. I guess you stunned yourself. Hello. Did you guys know Miscellaneous Swords is at 3 in Master Duel? By the way? Yeah, really. Alright, goodbye, #1 Stunner. What are these games right now, man? Can I play a normal game of with my GMX dinosaur deck or what? I mean, I'm not complaining. It's hella fast. Uh-oh. What does that mean? You're going first. Why are they sending me first? What is this? Gem Knights? Maybe it's Gem Knights. Alright, I'm digging for fossils. Misk. Don't troll me. I said don't troll me! Ah, man, no! Now what? Everything adds! Hmm. Oh. Can we Verte? Only for Super Poly. It's meant to be a board breaker. Making this doesn't really make sense. It'd be such a cool turn if I wasn't under draw. I mean, that's just modern Yu-Gi-Oh though, to be fair. I could like fuse with this to search the pill. So many cool things I could have done. What do you think my odds are of survival with just GMX Velox? Add it to your hand or special summon it. Okay, no, I don't want to summon it. I want to add it. Okay, they drew 3 Spentas. Okay. I probably die. It's annoying because this can actually hit something that's disruption as well, depending on... Wait, another IWAS? Oh, Fairy Tale. Okay. Yeah, I die. What level are we? Ah, somewhere in the middle, 14 or 15. I don't know exactly. Yeah, the biggest problem of my deck is it's not good into non-engine in the format. It's not good into Charmies, into Maxi, and Draw. Like, those cards are way too good against it. And this attack? Yeah, right? Yeah. Is Darklord good into Draw? Not really either, no. Shaddoll on the other hand? Shaddoll should be fine into Draw, yeah. Uh-oh. 60 cards. Bestial Lubellion. That's probably a branded angle, right? Magnamute, okay. I'm not too scared of Bestials with my deck, I don't think. Normal summon Havness. What that mean? Oh, okay. That's kind of nasty. Can't even respond to that. No. You know what? That is a limited card in a 60 card deck. I'm not sure why I'm surprised by it though. Okay, Magnamute, one unknown, Serenir. Okay. Banish Kit. Okay. Why are we summoning that now? Oh, to summon back Lubellion. Right, I see. Alright, are you a based regained gamer or are you a cringe branded lost Andy? What is it? I think regained... Oh, beast and regained. Okay, I wasn't familiar with your game. All right, I respect it. I respect it. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects when you normal or special a GMX monster, so they cannot rule Colosse my Saland. Activate this. Let's see if they pop it right away. Fuwa first. I don't think Fuwa is worth it here. It's at maximum 1 draw. This is a dark monster. Add a GMX mod. I kind of need to summon this guy. The problem is that I'm getting Albaz fused. Is probably the one. That's probably the one summon from the extra deck they're going to make is Albaz fuse. But maybe I can protect from it with Misk. What if they go for Albaz in a situation? Okay, hold up. Let me add this. Okay, let's activate this. Let's see if they rule Colosse because I can dodge it with Misk. They don't. Okay. I'm going to make Evolved Danin or Alos. No, I don't think it's Alos. If this card is special summoned, target 2 cards in your grave, then destroy an attack position. I kind of like that. Ooh. Actually, what if this is summoned? Add a GMX spell trap. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Have it gain some attack. Target here. Double checking. This is a dinosaur, so Misk. And the experiment. Negate the effects of a face-up card on the field until the end of this turn. Okay, they stopped that. If your opponent controls a monster, you can use a GMX in your deck as material. Fine. Wish I could have negated the Sanctifier with this. I've Misk here right now for 1. I can go Misk for UCT. Destroy a dinosaur in your hand or field. Can it destroy itself? Except itself, no. Okay, I hit codeless, which is really good because now I can just search the pill with that. Did you see the 2027 Worlds points update already? I'm not sure I know what you mean. If you tell me what it's about, then I can give you an answer. Isn't this just game now? Because they can't use this because my board is full. So I just swing at all of this. Cannot attack. So this is 1,000 here. Defense position monster, 2,000 here, 3,000. Yeah, that's game. Damn, this deck is cool. I've been saying, dude, the GMX cards are really cool. I like them a lot. Changes for EU. Yeah, we can take. I started a game. I forgot that we wanted to look at it. But yeah, dude, I keep opening Fuwa only when I go second. I'm kind of goated today with that. Okay, what does that mean? Branded? Mercurier. Okay. I think I ashed that. I don't want to deal with Fallen of White. Fallen of White's really good against Fuwa. Oh, awesome. Okay, I guess I'll deal with Fallen of White. I wonder if I should chain both Fuwas onto this. Because I think the answer is no. I think I should just do one and use the other one on my turn. Because most likely they are just going to pass anyways. Oh, they sent Titaniclad though. Titaniclad though. That might change things. I didn't expect them to go with that. Now I use both, I think. Now I use both. The risky thing is if they summon from hand. Okay. Still, it's like having one Fuba here for my turn would have been really nice, but I don't want them to just be able to summon Quem in the end phase. Even if I get another draw for it, I would not be very happy about that. I think this is better for me. This is okay. I can manage this because this Titaniclad in the end phase now cannot summon. I mean, they can summon Quem, but I get 2 cards for it. They probably just add, which is better for me. Okay, never mind. Then I'm happy about this regardless. Okay, Ash is dead because it's undercalled by. But okay. F and V. It's still a lot that they have. It still is a lot. Such a good deck, Branded, man. Did I put Alba Lenatus in this one? No, I didn't. That'd be very cool. All right. FNV here, so this could be Retribution or something else. Ooh, miss card draw. That's cool. I am kind of missing the GMX fusion spell. I would love if I had that right now. Don't really have any dinosaur I need with Fossil Dig. I kind of already have the important dinosaurs. I think I just go normal summon Ovi. Honestly, maybe it's this. To get rid of the Quem or Cartesia. I think the Quem though. This might force them to pop off a little bit already. This is a pretty bad draw. I don't know if I should play this card. It's a very useful card though. I can see that. Recycling all your stuff. Gonna be that chatter now? We're looking at it after this game, Jordan. I've been informed, but I haven't looked at it yet. Oh, that is pretty annoying. Okay. The thing is, I can fossil dig for another misc, but I can't activate it this main phase again. Misc is not once per turn, but if one misc is already in effect, you can still not discard another one because it would apply an effect that's already applied. I can show you. I still think it's correct to search it here, but I don't think I can activate this. I have to go to main phase 2 to use it. Because you can chain 2 miscs to each other, but if one misc is already in effect, you can't activate another one. So I would have to go to main phase 2 now to use this one. But then they can just go... I think I have to do this to bait the Fallen and the Virtuous. I think I lose. I think I lose. It's unfortunate because this is the perfect moment where the GMX cards would pop off like crazy if I had them. But I didn't have access to them. Like now they can just revive it with the FNV if they're smart about it. It's pretty obvious that it's my only play. But maybe they don't have follow-up if they don't send a fusion monster with this now? Maybe they're lacking follow-up? Okay, hold up. Okay. Add a GMX monster. I have normal summon, so it's gonna be Kimridge. It's a shame we're in main phase 2 now, but it's okay. Kimridge. Add this. Activate the Need Fuse. Oh wait, what? Oh, this is Danin plus a dinosaur. This is GMX plus dinosaur. Hold up. I want to get this into the graveyard because it's graveyard interruption, so I need to make Alos. Yeah. This and this. Bait Master, yes, I will do that. Target a card each from your grave and your opponent's grave. So I can choose the Retribution, or I can choose the Ecclesia to make this guy affected. I don't think I care too much about. I don't know why they do this. Oh, they steal my thing. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. It's annoying. That's somewhat annoying. It's not super annoying though. That's fine. All right. Cross sheep? Cross sheep? Hmm. Verte Anaconda for Super Poly. What can I make with that? This guy. Uh, this would be very fun, but I can't use this. I can... I think it's just this. Unaffected. Okay. I don't know if this is winning because the problem right now is outing this guy. Outing this guy is the biggest problem because they have an Ecclesia in the graveyard and I'm at the, you know, there's potentially a lot of damage that I take from it. But I have another Ash, which is good. This summons any... Yeah, they just attack one of these two probably. Oh. Retribution, add back Fallen at the Virtuous. I really wanted the Graveyard Interruption on that. That's a shame. Target Quem. What's the send here? Does it bother me? I don't think it bothers me. But I just use this, I think, to get rid of it. Why can you ash that, man? Yeah, now it bothers me. Now it definitely bothers me. I gotta ash that. Why can they ash that? Because that I excavate cards and then I can add the one that I hit. I can add one to hand. Or summon it. Okay. Okay. That, I think, is a good pickup. Attack here for 2,000. Deal 1,000. 3,000. Oh, it's almost game. I'm not sure what I'm doing. The other way was not game, so I'm choosing not to go that route, but I'm not sure if it's correct. Low on time, I'm low on time. I hope I'm fine. They have to out this guy. Because it summons every turn. But I can remake it next turn. I played 2, luckily. It's the one that I played 2 copies of. Could have summoned Complex for 4. I was on 20 seconds and I'm not giga familiar with all of the GMX cards, so I didn't have enough time to read everything. Oh, it can destroy a monster. Okay, well, not in this case, but... End phase. Target a card your opponent controls. So I can still do this. Okay. Easy. This. Use. Into the mega dude. Stack. Special this. And win. Ah, it's Fuba. It's Fuba. Didn't even need the UCT, to be honest. Oh, it's a very fun deck, man. It's a very... I do really like this deck. I still am very far from being good with it because I'm not, I mean, it's my second time playing the deck, and the first time I played it with For Hires, which stole the show a lot of the times, but it's a really fun deck. I like it. I didn't think we were going to be able to beat Branded, to be honest. I really did not think that was going to work, but it did. Okay, we can do a little Gamba because we just got some of the tickets. I've spun this wheel like 4 or 5 times. I still haven't gotten any of the really good ones. So please now. All right, let's take a look at these new World's Point change updates, yada yada, whatever. What it's called. Okay. What is new? Because here's the thing. Before we even read this, the European World's Points up thing definitely needs an update, right? I tried last season, and this is, first of all, this is not supposed to be an excuse. I didn't do super well at most of the regionals I went to last year, and it was not the system's fault. But still, the fact that regionals with 1,000 players gave you more points than winning a 2,500 player YCS was insane. It was completely insane. So for context, for people who are not part of the World's grinders and don't know exactly how you get to Worlds in Europe, besides, you know, the European Championship, the World's qualifying points are points that you obtain from regionals and YCSs mainly, and nationals. And the way it worked last season was you get, at a regional, 1 point per 8 players. So what that means is if it's an 80 player regional, for example, the first place gets 10 points, the second place gets 9, and so on and so forth, right? So 80 player regional was worth 10 points, which meant that an 800 player regional was worth 100 points. And a French Open with 1,200 players was worth 150 points, which in and of itself doesn't mean anything, but if you put it into context of what other tournaments give you, it was pretty ridiculous, because a YCS, if you win a YCS, it gives you 96 points, or it gave you 96 points last season, which means that even though a YCS has 2,500 players and was significantly harder to win or get into the top cut for, it was less points, way less points than a regional with 1,000 players. So it was not perfect. It rewarded grinding regionals way more than having consistent results at big tournaments, which has been a critique point of mine for a while. And it's something that has frustrated me a lot, because last season, for example, I did pretty well at multiple YCSs. The only YCS I didn't get points at was YCS Lille, but at YCS Bologna, I got top 8, and YCS Dortmund, I got top 16. I got a lot of points from that, but it wasn't even close to what people got from the big opens. And it just, like, I had a bunch of regionals where I lost like the last round, and then instead of getting 100 points, I only got 20. It was just a very frustrating experience. So let's see what has changed in the World's qualifying points. Once every year, duelists gather at both the European and Oceanic World Championship qualifiers events to compete for the coveted title of champion, but also to determine who will represent their region at the World Championship. Okay. As we approach this year's WCS in Tokyo, we also look ahead to the upcoming 2027 season, as we would like to give you notice of some changes to the European and Oceanic World Championship qualifier structure. For the 27 Worlds season, starting with Chaos Origins, OTS Championships, and Regionals and Open events, there will be some adjustments to how qualifications will be earned. Update: WCQ and WQP earned at regional qualifiers and open events, Europe only. Old invite structure, 1 invite per 8 participants rounded up, uncapped. New invite structure, 1 invite per 8 duelists rounded up, capped at 64. So this means that the points for big regionals are now capped at 64 events, at 64 per regional. So you can no longer have opens that award you 150 points. This is not only for points, by the way, this is also for invites. So this is something that matters for players who want their invite for the European Championship. If you previously at the French Open, for example, with 1,200 players, you would get an invite for the European Championship all the way until 150th. If I understand this correctly here, this is now down to 64 maximum. So you will have to, at the very least, get top 64 at a regional in order to get your invite. You cannot get 150th at the French Open to get your invite. At smaller regionals, of course, this will not change anything, because if your regional was, let's say, 240 players, it would be a 30-point regional before this change and after this change. There's no difference there, you know? So this only really changes for regionals at the like at very, very large, like 500, 600 plus is when you when this matters. So only for the really big regionals, it's going to be capped. So yeah. why are we making this change? This change is focused towards the World's Qualifying Points program. When reviewing how duelists have earned World Qualifying Points, we identified that some events falling under the 1 invite per 8 duelist structure were outpacing events such as YCSs, despite having significantly less duelists. Yeah, exactly. This was one of my main feedback thingies, is like, you just cannot have someone get more points at an open than someone who wins a YCS. I'll put this into perspective for you. The cutoff for the World's Points playoff last season was so high that, in theory, in a hypothetical scenario where someone would have won all 3 YCSs, they would not have been in the top 16, which is insane if you think about it. The and nationals, if you had won 3 YCSs and nationals in the same season, you would not even have been in the top 16 for the World's Points last season. This is how many points people collected from regionals throughout the season, which I think is insane. I think that's insane to think about, even though, of course, it's a hypothetical scenario, and of course, no one has ever done something like that, where they won all the YCSs in a season. But I think if you can look at a system and say, like, yeah, someone who won all of your YCSs and nationals was not even in the top 16, I think there's a flaw in the system. I think there's a flaw in the system if a person who's got that many points from YCSs and nationals is not even in the top 16. So, yeah. OTS championships remain unchanged. I think they only get 2 points anyways. National and state championships and YCSs remain unchanged. I think this is fine. The biggest problem was how many points you got from regionals. Update, WQP best finishes. The final change relates to the World's Qualifying Points in Europe. While previously you were able to earn points over an unlimited number of events, for the 2027 season, only your top 12 finishes throughout the season will count towards your point total. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so good. I've been asking for this for years now. I mean, it's the World's Qualifying Points. I'm happy that they exist, and I know they're not a huge topic of like discussion because it doesn't matter for a lot of people. But for the few people that this matters for, like the few people who really grind for this, like 50 to 100 players maybe, this is so big. So what this means is you can play more than 12 events. You can play all the events you want to, but only the best 12 will count. What this stops is people grinding regional after regional after regional after regional, where they just go to a bunch of small regionals and some big regionals, and they just collect points. And it stops people from just outgrinding people who play better but less events. 12 is still a lot because we only have 3 YCSs. I think my points were from 18 or 19 events last season. I mean, that's still a lot though, Jordan, right? Like going from 18 to 19 down to 12, I think is a major factor. Even if this only shaves like 50 to 100 points off of the total. And the thing is, you have to see this change in combination with the other change, right? Like, bigger regionals will give you less points now, which means that smaller regionals will have more impact. So if they don't make this change, if they only make this change up here, then what people can do is just go to a bunch of 10-point, 20-point, 30-point regionals across the entire season and just play every single weekend. And I mean, if someone wants to play every single weekend, that's fine. But by doing so, you force everyone else to do that. And I can only speak for myself here, but I hated the fact that you felt when you wanted to compete in the World's Points, you felt like you had to travel to every single regional. And not only the ones that were even in your country, you felt forced to go to Italian Opens, UK Opens, French Opens, and not even just Opens, because you could argue like, okay, going to an Open is cool, but even just like a random regional in France with like 300 players, I would often think about going there, and it's so expensive. It takes so much time, so much effort, so much money to go to these events just to stay in contention. And it's kind of like a thing where you're only doing it because everyone else is doing it. And so like if everyone else wasn't doing it, then you would also not do it. But and this is just a way to me like, okay, you don't have to do this. No one has to do this anymore. Right? You just don't have to sacrifice every single weekend and go to regionals in France, in Italy, in the UK, in Germany, just to be able to stay in contention. Because realistically, the ideal outcome for a world's qualifying system is that you reward people who are good and consistent, right? You want people who do well at multiple YCSs, at nationals, and at some regionals. That's who you want to send to Worlds, right? You want to send the people to Worlds who've been consistent throughout the season, not the people who just give up everything to play every single weekend, right? And just play anywhere for 10 points, can go there for 20, and so on and so forth, right? And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the people who did this last season, because, I mean, that's just what the old system forces people to do. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you wanted to go to Worlds, you had to play a shit ton of regionals. And I think that is something that's good to get rid of. So I don't know if 12 is the perfect number. I genuinely, no idea. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. We'll see how it goes. But what I'm mainly happy to see here is that they are making changes. Like, they are addressing some of the issues that the system definitely had. The system had flaws, and they're trying to fix it. That's all I need. If this turns out not perfect, then maybe we'll change. We'll get more changes in the future for it. But like, at least there is a will to improve upon the system, which is what matters. Yeah. In the event that duelists are tied, the highest points total earned at a single event will be used as the tiebreaker. This was always the case. The tiebreaker was always the biggest points that you got at an event. But unironically, this was not a great tiebreaker before this change, because I'll give you an example. If two people were tied at 500 points and the biggest finish for one person was winning a YCS for 96 points, and for another person, the biggest finish was 30th place at the French Open for 110 points or something, the person from the French Open would be in front of the YCS champion, which is insane to me. With the cap of 64 now for regionals, this tiebreaker now finally makes sense. The tiebreaker now finally makes sense because now the biggest finishes you can get are winning nationals and winning YCSs. Those are the ones that give you the most points. So as tiebreakers, those are the ones, like, if you win nationals for 128 points in a tiebreaker situation, you will be ahead of someone who just got points from regionals, right? So yeah. If all 12 finishes are tie, I mean, that's not gonna happen. Why are we making this change? This change is being made to make the world's qualification point playoff more accessible to duelists while placing an emphasis on rewarding consistent performances. Duelists may choose to continue improving on their results throughout the season, at the conclusion of which the best 12 will... Yeah, it's... Honestly, the idea behind it is perfect on both of these changes. The idea behind these changes is wonderful. I love that they're approaching this, because this is exactly the issue I had with the system. And it was very, very discouraging that it worked the way it did. So I'm very happy about this. The rest of this, I think, doesn't change it. So yeah, okay. Honestly, perfect. The system is much better this way, I'm sure. Whether it's perfect, I cannot say. But it is so much more encouraging to see that these changes are being made, and that is something that is looked at, and something that they are monitoring, and something that they are addressing. I think is good. I love that. I think that is cool. Shouldn't have been an issue to begin with. They could have seen that coming. You can argue that, but I think it's fine that they are, like, they introduced the World's Point system at this point almost 10 years ago. The first year was 2017, and they've come a long way since. They've changed a bunch of things about the system every year, essentially. And I'm happy with that. I think when they introduced the system for the first time in 2017, I was very, very happy about it, because I think it was just such a big improvement over just having the World's invites given out at the European Championships, because that was just one event in the year. That was the only way to go to Worlds. And so they introduced a system that rewarded consistency and like performances at YCSs and so on and so forth. And they've just been improving on it like year after year after year. So, and I'm happy with that. It doesn't need to be perfect right out of the gate, but making small improvements, or big improvements in this case, over time is very, very important to me. So I like this a lot. Will you do the points race this season? With the amount of stress I had last season, I think at the beginning, I'm going to take it slow. But I think the good news about this is that it does allow you to take it slow. I think in this case, where people cannot grind infinite regionals to get infinite points, and where regionals are capped at 64 points to begin with, I think it is much more realistic to just get through this by just doing well at YCSs and a couple of bigger regionals. So like, I think you don't have to fully commit to this in the beginning. You don't have to start going to every regional as soon as the season starts, because there's no rush and there's no reward for just playing every single small regional, right? So I think it's good, because keep in mind 12 finishes includes the 3 YCSs and the nationals. So if you get points at those 4, you only need points, or you can only get points from 8 regionals total in like an entire year. So that is something that is so much more relaxed, right? Like because I go to regionals anyways. Like if there's a regional somewhere in my area, or a German Open, or even a French Open that isn't too far away, like I'll go there because I play the game. Like I want to go to regionals anyways. But the difference is having a choice, or feeling like you have to in order to even stay in the contention. Like the difference is, if there's a regional and I want to go there, I'll go anyways. And then if I do well, it'll be good for me, or I have to go there, otherwise, I'm screwed. So that is the difference. It's not like I don't want to play regionals, just to make that clear. Like I like playing regionals, and I think regionals should be a part of this. It should not only be determined from YCS performances, but you should never feel forced to play a regional every weekend in order to compete, or for people to freaking like. I remember last season, just to give you an example, there was a weekend where I think it was the Italian Open was on Saturday and the French Open was on Sunday. Or maybe it was the UK Open. I don't know. There were 2 opens. One was on Saturday, one was on Sunday. And some people, I didn't go to the Italian Open, but some people genuinely, they played the Italian Open on Saturday, which was a 10 or 11 round tournament, until they probably played until like 9 or 10 p.m. And then they went on a car drive the entire night for like 10 hours to go from the Italian Open to the French Open to play another 11 round tournament on the Sunday, which is not only incredibly stressful, but I also think encouraging that kind of thing that's dangerous, because they were driving tired probably as hell after playing the Italian Open, and you have to drive through the entire night to get to the French Open in time. And that's just one example of the kind of things that people were encouraged to do with the previous system, and that's just not good, man. That is just not something that people would do if they had a choice. Like they just wouldn't do that. And that's it's not the only occurrence of this. Like, because think about it, we have 2 Italian Opens, 2 German Opens, 2 French Opens, 2 UK Opens in a season, 3 YCSs, and nationals. That's already 12 of those big tournaments, and then a bunch of other big regionals. And very, very frequently, those regionals would be like Saturday. One is on Saturday in Germany, the other one is on Sunday in the UK. The next week, there's one on Saturday in France and on Sunday in Italy, and so on and so forth. It just encouraged so much crazy behavior from people that I think there needs to be some change about it. And this is definitely a good start to it. So I'm happy about that. Yeah. Okay. All right, gamers. It is approaching 5 p.m. I think we're going to call it a day here. I had a lot of fun in the Fusion event today. Both Darklord, I'll show you the deck lists for a quick recap. Both GMX and Darklord were really fun, I think. Honestly, I preferred the GMX deck. I think I preferred the GMX deck, not because I think it's better, but because I think it's more fun. I think GMX, I didn't know I had this in me, but I kind of discovered a little bit of a love for GMX. I think it's a very fun deck. I haven't really played it in the TCG, but it's a really fun archetype. I like it a lot. And then Darklord was also cool. Darklord was also pretty cool. I will definitely be playing the second stage of the Fusion Cup on Friday and on Sunday. So yeah, like I said earlier, the streaming schedule this week is a little bit all over the place because I have different things planned. I'm going to be in the UK the next couple of days because we're hosting a Challenger Cup on Wednesday. So that is going to be on my channel. You're going to be able to see the 3 vs 3 Challenger Cup on Wednesday on this channel. That's going to be a little bit later than usual. Then I'll be traveling back home on Thursday, and I'll be live on Friday and on Sunday. So streams this week are today, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Also, we are uploading the Runic Chaos Locals video today on the main channel. So if you're not subscribed to the main YouTube channel, then feel free to type !YouTube and go subscribe to that one. I hope you guys will like the video and the IRL content. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Farfa, and I'll see you all for the Challenger Cup on Wednesday or for the second stage of the Fusion Cup on Friday. Thank you all for watching today. Thank you all for all the subs, all the follows, and all the good stuff. Appreciate you all.